So this is the no tank, no problem run, hopefully. So we got the Runaway here. Mainly, we are taking this for Firestarter. Firestarter makes so it applies burn on hits, and that works with AoE. So we're going to use that in combination with the Anamnesis to apply bleed and burn to the entire enemy party. That's the main goal of it. And then we have the Jester, obviously, for the stress relief and to give an extra hit with his Encore for an extra action. And the Plague Doctor is there for some more AoE, token removal, burn, and some healing. Let's try it. Let's try it. So we do need to go to a hospital. There's one negative quirk there that we definitely want to get rid of. At least one.
But found stagnation
Thanks, Element.
instead.
So we definitely want to look for a hospital. The main thing is the first road that we go down is going to be pretty difficult. Runaway doesn't have any move to run away from combat. Unrealistic. Hey, it's Flapjacks. First main road, not this one, is definitely going to be a pain. And then if we get enough, not really what we don't see. We'll put the burn resist actually on the Occultist. Not too bad there. So the valley, obviously, no big deal, but our first long road, where we only have one mastery point. Whoops. Oh, we still got it. If we get through that, we get our mastery points, then we'll start really dishing out some damage, and hopefully we won't need as much defensive measures that way. Maybe get some in items, yeah. And Flapjacks. This always gives you some food and the 50 torchlight.
In crisis, no game.
Hey, look, we got something other than just mold. Last time we played, we just got a plate of mold there. Healing, much for Indiscriminate Science. Indiscriminate Science is really, really good, depending on your team, though. I really like Indiscriminate Science with a Man-at-Arms. Man-at-Arms, especially with his upgraded Retribution, he can put so many of his own tokens on. And he's directing damage to himself with taunt anyway. The Indiscriminate Science heals so well and doesn't have a battle use limit, so I really like it too. On this team, it might not be as good though. All right, we're gonna go ahead and blind both of them.
Let us hope to finish this quickly.
He got through the blind, so we do get the point of stress. That's all right. So I do need to change one thing out. Maybe I will change out Burning Star. It's not a big deal here, but so if the if the Occultist rolls faster than her, we're not able to use Ransack to get back in front. Could end up being a problem. Nice blind, yeah. We'll probably change that at the first end, or as we're going to the first end. All right, what's our first loot here?
Spoils, an artifact of unparalleled power.
Why that one? We got a rare trinket.
Are you shaken? There is so much worse in store.
Oh man, got a rare trinket, but it's not really like the rare trinket that you want. You know, you beggars shouldn't be choosers sort of thing, but it does kind of feel bad when you get a really rare trinket in the beginning and it's just not like one of the greatest ones. There is another trinket that makes it so on Death's Door you have a 75% chance of another action, and those two combined are actually pretty good too, but there's always that risk. You don't want to stay on Death's Door. You can get up to 90% death blow resist, but there's still that 10% chance you just die.
Lower your guard.
Just a reason to flag.
Soften your gaze. It is safe here.
All right, here, so the first thing we want to upgrade is Inspiring Tune. The reason why is this doesn't work unless they're at 5 or more stress. And at 5, it'll get rid of 3, which puts them under irritable and gives them a little bit of wiggle room, plus gets rid of horror. The only downside is this move still has 1 round cooldown. I wish that wasn't the case, but this is what we're gonna upgrade first. This is all we're gonna have for our first main road. Speaking of,
every road a
the Foetor of the Sprawl.
Every turn bent on our destruction.
Well, I guess we're gonna go here and pick up some disease. Good news is the enemies here are not very bleed or fire resistant, so That plays into our composition
Mastery.
well enough. Produces flapjacks. Everybody likes flapjacks. Do they? Okay, so I really like Burning Star, but I'm gonna remove it so that we have something to use from the front. And for our in items, what did we end up getting? We got bleed resist until next in. That's always good. And chance of purging and negative quirk. Who has that negative quirk we want to get rid of? Minus 30% bleed resist kind of sucks. Head in the sand. All right, good luck. I think it... Oh, we got rid of it. Got rid of it. Nice. Can't believe we got rid of that. Science is really good with Hyuman and Leper as well. Yeah. Other good good synergies with it for sure.
Relics remind us of a time before the end.
Nice. All right, I think that's all we're gonna do.
The tainted crop continues.
Reward doesn't really matter, so I'm not gonna worry too much about the extra reward. We're gonna go wherever's best for us. So that means we don't actually have to try to get to an early hospital to remove some of those. We have another negative quirk that would be nice to get rid of, but it's not super detrimental. Like that blind, if it triggers, can absolutely screw us over. Look, an early hospital. An early hospital. So the big thing here is we are going to take a lot of fights, which is risky, of course, but that will allow us to hopefully get more mastery points. There's a guaranteed mastery there, so that's also tempting. The downside is there's no fights on the way. Maybe this one. And so the loathing doesn't go down. If we go this way, we not only get to drop the loathing, we get to scout and we get 2 battles. So I'm probably gonna go to the right. Yep. Also prevents 2 stress. Friendship's building. Way to go. The buddy system. Got some relics there. More relics. All right. We have 2 people who want to fight. No one opposes them, which is really nice because we're going to get a friendship already. Hopeful.
Aspiration unites the hopeful.
Wow. A friendship before the first real fight. That's very good. All right. Big damage dealing composition. Okay. We're going to try to blind the goat. Here I might just go for the goat kill. We don't need to do the... No, we bleed every single fight. There's Wilbur's flag, yeah. She actually hits pretty strong. The goat is blinded. We could go for a kill here. Or we could blind her. She has a strength token. Let's go for the blind. They're really blight resistant. Blind. It's just a suggestion. Our coin flips have not been great today. I got 1 power token.
Encouraging.
She immediately ate that corpse. I really don't want to waste the vulnerable there, so I'm just going to try to blind this guy. We got it. And then we can go ahead and blind her. She has 2 stacks of blind already. So instead, let's just put another stack on him. Or not, you know, just a suggestion. Just a suggestion. We'll take this one. Don't want to jump back and... No. This resists, man. Unfortunately, he hit everyone there. Let's go back to blinding. Low damage. Maybe I should. Good miss. Stack the dot AoE like we have been planning. Very blight resistance in this though. All right, good. She missed. Does have death blow resistance. Right now we can stress heal her under irritable. We gotta keep them under irritable. I should have used Magnesium Rain there. She already had a dot on her. Well, doesn't really matter. But Magnesium Rain would have at least done some damage to him as well, which could have been nice.
There is comfort in company.
At irritable, they can start having negative relationship barks. Already has a blind. There's Hopeful comes in for the first time. Guy has 2 of those tokens too. Could use Bountiful Medicine just to get rid of the burn on him, but it's not a big deal. Yeah, I didn't think. Okay. So, that confirms. Magnesium Rain can't kill on Death's Door because it deals no damage. It only puts on the damage over time. Still does have a blind token. So each corpse do 18 casual heal. Blind him. Um, 3 to 6. Yeah, we'll do it. Also gives him a dodge token. Not that it's gonna matter now, I don't think, but. Oh, and he hit. Stunned. Massive light. She's gonna go to Death's Door with that. Unless, we can go ahead and use the Encore on the Plague Doctor. For an extra action, she'll actually go before here. 11 crit, nice.
Lethality writ large.
Still blinded. Still doesn't matter. Alright.
The Wainwright awaits.
Hey, we got a mastery.
Eager to ply his trade.
Nice. And we got a trinket for some health, it looks like.
The loathing festers.
Some blight resist. We'll just throw it somewhere. Did pick up sepsis, which isn't a big deal on them. So it has 15% chance of giving her a weaken token, but we're not really dealing very much damage there anyway. Not direct damage. Just had a negative relationship proc. Yeah. Unfortunate, because she's at irritable. All right, 3 lost souls. This can deal stress and can also cause disease for some reason. Three to 6. 6 it is. Probably should have blinded this one instead. Yeah, it's gonna really matter, but we could end up blinding both that round. Yeah, the insult was get your finger out of your nose. So. Same crit. Let's see. 3 to 6. Let's just go ahead and give her the encore here. This might give her an extra chance at, like, well, it's gonna give her an extra chance at a crit and then possibly a stress heal because of that. That would be nice. It's dead either way.
Large. The Wainwright.
So we don't have any Laudin this time.
Eager to ply
Reduce
his
chance of
trade.
negative banter. That's a good one. Can't put that on until the next inn, unfortunately. Because only the Wainwright knows how to do it. All right, Watchtower's gonna scout for us. Although most of our path is already determined. Kind of nice we have a hospital right at the end, like right at the top where everything converges, we have that hospital. So if we do pick up more diseases, like we already have one. If we pick up some more diseases while we're here, at least we know like right before the inn we'll be able to get rid of some of that stuff. As long as we make it there. Four bandits. So that's sure is procking a lot.
Slow suffering begins.
All right, let's go ahead and blind one of these. Or not. Fire starter started. Ooh, resist the stun. Very nice. Very nice. Both backlines blinded. And I'm gonna go ahead and take this risk. Can't wait till we get our mastery points in. Okay, we can stress heal her now. Let's go ahead and self-heal. Well, let's see. We could blind him instead. Nah, let's go ahead and heal.
This wound, at least, has been tended to.
Look at that. 5 damage dot on all 4. It's kind of crazy. If all those tick through, that ends up being 60 damage plus he dealt 8. That's 68 damage on a single round for the Occultist. Crazy. All right, she's under irritable, which is nice.
Steady yourself.
Huh. I feel like I kind of want to deal damage, but I feel like I should play it safe here. Actually, so he's going next. How much does this do? 11 damage, but it eats those, so it's not gonna kill. Yeah, let's play it safe. She's got the combo on her, so.
This wound, at least, has been tended to.
How's it going, Jesus? Welcome in. What's up? Just darkest dungeoning, as always. All right, so this guy is gonna go next. They only need 1 point of damage to die. 9's a little bit more than 1, so that'll do. Go ahead and give the Jester's move over to the Occultist, so he gets to go again. No, I called him Jesus. There we go. Everyone's under irritable too, which is really nice. That guy is already dead. Can't really heal, so I might as well just take the kill.
An unexpected find.
All right, on to the next battle. We got 2 people that want to fight, so we're gonna do the fight. You love the streams? Thank you, Tables, buddy. Thank you for watching the vlogs. Hasten enemies +4 speed. Yeah, and goats deal some really big damage, so this might be painful. Big VOD frog. Okay, that's what I thought you meant, but either way, thank you. Let's go ahead and try to blind this one. Oh, it resisted. Feels bad. Almost had a death door from the resist. We'll probably... Nope, nope. So we'll probably get one anyway. You gotta try to self-heal, unfortunately. 10! Went off top in, no bleed. Oh, man. The resist, the resist. I'm gonna go for blind. I might regret it, but... George, welcome in. We're not gonna kill it, so I'm gonna go for the blinds. Thankfully, it landed this time. Oh, it paid off big time. Paid off big time. That's fine, guy. That's not. We have no way to get rid of riposte in this team either. So. Good dodge.
A little help, impeccably timed.
This first row is gonna be real nasty. Try to blind the back too. Man, hopefully I get this blind in. It's really risky. I probably shouldn't since he's going to attack next, yeah. Because if that riposte crits him to death's door and then the meat hook here kills him, that would feel real bad. Oh, one. No bleed though. Blind got through again. Our post is gone, at least. He's going Ashen. What are you doing to him? Can heal him instead. Nate. That'll do. Keep them from getting to death's door this round. And that extra speed roll they got is it's not doing us any favors either. The Jester can kill here. Let's try to do the double blind. Ugh. What is their resist? 10 debuff resist. We are getting just super screwed off that. Playing some GTA and testing out your frame. Play for a bit. Then it crashed. It's going lonely. Welcome in. 0 plus bleed. No. Enough bleed to take him to death's door as well. Look at that. There is a slight positive to that. That is that we might get some friendship here between these two because she's going to heal him off death's door. That usually helps quite a bit.
This wound, at least,
Yep,
has
there
been
we go.
tended to.
Oh, there. That's what I needed to see. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. He's got vulnerable also.
The slow suffering begins. Once again, teetering on that terrible precipice.
Well. Might be the end. That was an amazing heal, yeah. We're not gonna be able to heal him again, though. Unless the Occultist goes before him. Well, he is dazed, so I might come in to save us. Depending on what happens here, I suppose. Oh, daze might actually have saved us. Ah, look at that. He's gonna go straight back to death's door, but he would have died, or a chance he could have died without daze proccing. All right, we need to kill big time here. I should risk getting him off death's door because if we don't kill him in these 3 hits, Jester's dead. 10, very good. So Zero, welcome in. Is it going? It's going all right. It started late though. Kind of weird that it's only, or it's already 2. I guess I'll be streaming kind of late today. Well, that was a nasty fight. But we came out with everyone. We actually made some. Oh, we got a mastery point too.
An artifact of
That's great. We made some friendship there, and no one is over irritable. So overall, we came out in great shape. As much as it was scary. 6% crit. Not that great on this team. I mean, 6% crit is good, but 2% really crit based. That'd be an argument for playing more aggressively with the setup. You can get real tank healing values pretty low. That's what I was saying. Is I probably, no matter what the team, I probably need to do the dot ramp. What is this interesting team comp? It's damage over time team. Yeah, that's what I think too, is I'm just gonna Some of these I've been like, oh, I should probably not do the ramp because... But the thing is, if we do that setup, as long as the Occultist doesn't get a self-stun or something, they die like on round 3. We're gonna go with the plus light here.
Abandoned or forgotten.
Plus
It
fire
is
starter,
ours
yeah.
now.
We don't need that. Percent damage, I mean, we might as well just throw that on someone. Got another fight up here. Playing Dishonored 2 the whole day. Chilling here. I'll be starting Dishonored 1 blindly on Wednesday. I'm looking forward to it. It's been so long since we got to start a new story game. Because we've been playing Inquisition since the dawn of time. 11 months ago or something. Would ever be a good tank for this dot idea?
Corpulent.
I'm not sure because the thing is, we need the Occultist and the Fire Starter. Those are the two that we definitely need. Jester, we need one person to help with stress. Also, the turn reset is really nice, and so then it only leaves one option. And I felt like the heal from the Plague Doctor would be really nice to have. So, for the term leper mode. Hey, look at that. The Jester and the Runaway in love. Well, also with Leper, Runaway, yes, Jester, Plague Doctor. Thought it would be tough because Leper can't hit. Free killed it with Leper, withstand tanked it. Alright, let's go ahead and blind here. Not, you know, whatever. I'm still gonna go for the blind. I don't know, with 3 enemies that might not really matter. Oh, look at those resists. Feels good. %50 chance to get a power token there, but we didn't get it. So she can also use a move that heals the damage over time on them. It's important for us to remember. Miss there. Make sure they don't stay on irritable. Jump back in front. Mr. Moth, welcome in. She's probably gonna consume that. Oh no, she's not consuming anything.
The smallest variable
Consuming dirt.
can make all the difference.
Hate the riposte, but
The slow suffering begins.
Pain, love. I don't need to deal 2 damage. Or 6. 6 would be better. Thank you, game. Appreciate it.
Amidst the spoils, an artifact of unparalleled
Oh, that's a really
power.
good one. Ah, that trinket. Feels nice. %10 heal at the start of every turn. Look at that. Thank you, game. Thanks. All right. It's not really being burdened here, but let's get to hold it. Free battle music minus Tangle, followed closely by Sprawl. I really like the Tangle music. Tangle battle music A lot of times I've said it when we were there. I'm like, man, this feels like, I don't know, I'm part of an orc army. I'm getting ready to go off and kill some manlings, eat some man flesh. Like, it's got that, like, I don't know, Mad Max meets Lord of the Rings feel. Oh, right, that one's the 25% proc. 25% proc, 25% chance to heal 10% at the beginning of each round. It's not the guarantee heal. The maximum you can get death load in this game right now is 90%. It was actually 95%, but then they changed it and dropped it to 90%. So you can get to 90%. All right. So we are going to go with Firestarter here.
Empowered.
Oh man, our team is pretty slow, honestly. It's bad. Jeez. Okay, the thing that we rolled was move back one, so that's good for us. We can get her down under irritable. We don't want any of that crap going on. And we'll go for the blinds here. Good. And Hopeful's coming in a lot right now. We're gonna get reposted here, but it's alright. Holy crap, Hopeful. Bypass Death Loaders is with your side enemy. There is mainly the Highwayman, and there's some items that do it. The Highwayman and the Grave Robber both have moves that bypass some death blow resist.
An unavoidable end. A slow suffering begins.
Nice. Very nice. That goat is dead. See if we can blind this one. Got it. Now, this, the maid here can get rid of damage over time. Well, it's not 100% dead. Yeah, I think we should just kill it so that she doesn't heal it off death's door. Or not death's door really, but you know. Oh, she used larval slop anyway. That's weird. Because they do have fodder tokens as well. She could have healed this one of its damage over time. So that goat is dead. That one doesn't have any death blow resist. That's dead as well.
The smallest variable can make all the difference.
Can't reach there. She's gonna get an action in, and we'll be able to blind her. So none of this really helps us at all. Let's get the kill.
Righteous action.
Could heal here instead of blind. No, I'm gonna blind. 10 debuff resist. Nice. Holy crap, Hopeful's proccing so much.
Help impeccably timed.
Really surprised. It's using those moves, but well, it works for me. So in the plague doctor we go. Oh, well.
One less obstacle in our path.
What are you guys doing before we leave? Stress you. Nice. We had someone end up irritable.
Scavenge what you can.
Only downside
And be
there.
off once more.
All right. Left is a guarantee. We'll probably go wherever.
Consider all variables,
Let's go.
but do it quickly.
Yeah, perfect. So we can get them under irritable. We get too stressed over here, but whatever. We get them under irritable, and we get a guarantee mastery point for the inn. So you have to take 2 road battles, though. Doesn't intend to change tombstones to something else. I imagine so, because that's what they did with in Darkest Dungeon 1. When corpses were first released in Darkest Dungeon 1, they were just generic corpses like this, and then later on they changed them. So, I mean, no one knows 100% aside from Red Hook, but I'd be surprised they don't change. What is this? Oh, he's irritable. That's bad. Jerk. He's getting stress heal himself now. We're gonna work on blind in the back too. And we'll stress heal. So hopefully he doesn't have any more of those barks. Oh, we're about to get comboed. Goodness. Days on the Plague Doctor. I was hoping for a heal, not a stress heal. There you go. That one actually resists the bleed, unfortunately.
Unavoidable end.
Ouch. Try to blind him before he hits. I thought that was a link just because there was not a space between a period and another word. Any idea when Darkest Dungeon 2 will release? That's all I can see. Pious Devil. So I can't read the whole message. Twitch thought it was a link. But anyway, I will answer the 2 ways that could have gone. So we know that the full game will come out in about a year from now onto Steam. So full release will be in a year on Steam. As far as the next chapters, we don't know when the next chapters in early access will be out. Hmm. 25 hours already. That's some resist there, unfortunately. Yeah, no problem, Pious. The 0. Come mid, welcome in.
This wound, at least, has been tended to.
Oh, the resist. The resist. I kind of want to get a heal in, but then if we do that, this guy gets to attack, so I guess we won't. Well, I can use the Encore. Use an encore and then get a heal and a kill. All right, we'll do that. 530. We have someone that's about to hit 7,000. Is that crazy? Absolutely nuts. This command randomized every time, the class one? Yes, but there's an hour cooldown on it. So you have to remain your class for an hour.
An unexpected
Another mastery point. We are going to be in good shape as long as we get it to this inn. And as long as we don't get these friendships destroyed. All right, so the Shrine of Reflection, we've already done all of the shrines, so this will just give us a free mastery point.
Who will face the
Stalwart, look at you.
horrors of their past?
Look at you. Oh god, the 440 quotes, yeah. The urinal chicken. All right, another road battle. Oh, should throw down some items. We just missed a, well, I don't know. That actually would have been useful. That was the item, I believe, if I saw correctly, that heals. It also gives 1 stress. Should have been good here to put him at 5 so we could have stressed. I'll put her at 5 rather. Hopeful. Miss. Thank you.
On to the next. A little help impeccably
Might as well heal a little
timed.
bit on our way out.
In this world, wealth is worthless without purpose.
It's our last fight aside from the Occultist coming up. Yes, thank you. Flapjacks. Everybody loves flapjacks, it says. Game would lie to me. Twitch, how do you give stuff like subscriptions, etc.? So there is a subscribe button. Well, there's a little follow button that's a heart. So that follow on here is like a subscription on YouTube. So on YouTube, subscriptions are basically follows. So to subscribe, there should be a subscribe button right below the stream. And you can either subscribe if you have Amazon Prime, you can subscribe for free. So Exclamation Prime will give you the instructions on that. And if you don't and you'd like to subscribe, then it's $5. Well, depending on your region, but. What's our light at? 57. So I'm gonna take this. Red Hook was reading some smut while writing these lines. Yes, again, like that.
Trade.
I think I might have a command set up to exclamation subscribe. I don't remember. Yeah, Prime. Told you. Do you get anything? So Twitch Prime counts the exact same.
You will join us or die
as a normal
Master.
subscription. So it financially supports the stream. So every single Twitch Prime used to subscribe here is does financially support me. Yep. Craster Hale. Thank you for the gift sub to Pious Devil. Never mind, Pious Devil, you are now a subscriber. For free. Well, free to you. Thank you, Craster, I appreciate it. So now you can use all emotes and all that good stuff. Hey, Craster. Now you don't have to look for the button. These relationship hits are really not good. Really not good. Nice cutie. Thanks. All right, the field hospital. 30% disease resist I might want to get rid of. Yeah, let's go ahead and do it.
We need not be defined by our shortcomings.
I want to get rid of sepsis. Yeah, I will. All right. What trinkets do we got? 20% fire resist is actually interesting on the Occultist. It does it self-immolates with his moves. Could be a joke. Thanks, Ashen. Laudanum, there we go.
Tonics, tinctures, and remedies.
Opiates and alcohol.
The science of hope.
Always mix those two things. That's what I've been told. That's what I've always been told.
Even the worst habits.
All right, spin all things.
Overcome.
How's RPG 2 impression compared to RPG 1? It is a completely different game. It's a sequel as far as like story and everything, but it plays vastly different. I like the combat better. The token system adds a lot of strategic layering to things, more so than in the first game, I feel. But right now we only have one chapter out also, so it's hard to say whether I'll end up liking this more in the long run or less or same. They're vastly different games for sure. It's not just Darkest Dungeon 2.0. So we'll have to see how the rest of the game develops from there. Yeah, no problem, Vane. All right. So hopefully we're able to go all the way down to the third layer here. Get the most of it. Double goats, double goats. All right, we're gonna go ahead and start using laudanum. I should have probably got the 3 off with the Jester first. That was a slight mistake. Fire starter going. But now that we've, oh, he gets a guaranteed crit. Now that we've done that, we might as well just go ahead and get them under irritable. Chaotic offering. Got a weakened token, doesn't really matter. Weakened's gonna make his next attack deal 50% less damage, but we don't really care. Baby boss? Baby's dying in this now. This is a chapter guardian, or not chapter, route guardian fight, so it's just a normal. The third one here is just generally a cultist fight. Fly in the back. Good miss. I think that's got to be bugged, right? I've noticed that a lot. So these can consume Vile Feast, and it heals AoE, but it doesn't heal the target it eats the feast off of. But they'll use it to try to heal that target anyway. Nothing else really had damage, so it seems a little bit of a bug. Boss, maybe it was literally like the first fight or something. It would have been absolutely nuts. How much health does that have? 5. All right, we'll kill it. There we go. Get those dots going. This goat has 2 blinds, so 50% chance for it to hit. Same thing here, 50% chance for it to hit. Unless it does that. Works for me, thanks. Keep stacking those dots.
Slow dissection. An unavoidable end.
Good resist on the bleed there too. They're pretty blight resistant. Maybe I should remove that with position. I mean, we can't use it for position 4, obviously. Let's see. How much health do you have? 10. Dead. Bleeding Braves, that's right. Got our second power token. It was tempting to give him an extra action, but 50% chance to hit us. Oh, he got through his 50%, and then also our dodge roll. Feels bad. That one, not quite dead. Oh, went off. We rolled bottom in. Took 8 damage because of it.
Begins.
It's dead this round, though.
A slow dissection. An unavoidable end.
I should have checked how much health it had. Might have been better to kill here. That one's dead anyway, so we might as well just get a heal. Make sure we're feeling good for fight number 2 of 3. Definitely want to do all these if we can, because we'll get extra mastery. One of my favorite enemies in the game, although he's a real pain. I like how his model reacts. Got the kill steal line of a corpse, really. I haven't had it on a corpse, I don't think. That sucks. We're gonna go for the blinds here. 3 down stars and mastery point. No, that's what I usually do, so I'm gonna do differently this time. I really like that move though. It hits so hard. No, I'm gonna go more dot focus this time. That's my plan.
A slow dissection.
We've done
an unavoidable end.
I don't know, maybe like 3 or 4 Burning Star playthroughs. It's really good. Crazy damage. Got a weaken token off the random. There, 12. Kind of rolled top in. And the goat rolled pretty high too. No crit at least. Oh, the goat. Got to go again. The dot matrix. Bleeds going there. He's blinded. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and heal here anyway.
A little help.
It's 1.5, yeah, 1.5 top end. Depending on if they, well, I should have left that. If they have any tokens that can offset it. A slow dissection run. That's right. Good miss. Yeah, so we're basically going dots and blind. Dots and blind. An unavoidable death to you.
An unavoidable end.
Do they ever get jealous? Oh my god, yes they do. We actually had someone die on our last run because of positive relationships. We had it proc like 4 to 6 times over and over, cause them not to be able to heal each other, not be able to guard, like back-to-back crap like that. Really frustrating. Oh, resist the blind. Feels bad. Try that again. Just gonna heal anyway. No, they can actually be jealous when they're amorousness, as you put it, with their amorousness. I don't even know if that's how I would say that. He's gonna have 2, so he can finish this one off. I'll wait on that. I wonder how the dots trigger here. I don't know. Party getting all levels of inks. Oh, we've had it happen. We've had someone that was in 3 of those relationships at once. And it was a real friggin' pain. Really curious how that dot's gonna interact here. Pain in the butt. We don't have to wait and see.
All problems have their solutions, even the big
we're in decent shape. I don't know what this team's gonna do with a Deacon. 40% max HP trinket. All right, let's try it. We're gonna get Deacon. Oh, Deacon. All right. Oh God. Deacon can crit for 45. He can crit for 45. So our front line can go to death's door at any time. So what we do, let's go ahead and do some self-immolation there. Well, he did stealth, so we got that going for us.
Anxiety foments
Blind, have AoE attacks, you roll 50% once and then hit miss or do, it's separate rolls, yeah. Same thing for trinkets also. If you have an on-proc trinket, same thing. I'm gonna end up wasting this either way. Oh well. Let's go to Lino Welcome. Probably should have went ahead and got the blind on him, but ooh, nice. Let's get them out of the irritable state. And yeah, get fire starters going. We did get blind on the Deacon, which is good. Got rid of 1 token here. Dodge, puts that on cooldown too, I believe. Which feels bad. So nothing could go terribly wrong. Oh yeah, definitely not. No, never with a Deacon there. Getting ready to sunder 45 damage.
Slow suffering begins.
That'd be just fine. Probably gonna have her self heal. Let's go ahead and reblind here. Get her under irritable. Please miss. Oh, good. Good. Kill that stupid thing. I'm gonna still has worship on it too. Good crit. We're still on that first road, so we only have 1 mastery point right now. Miss. He needs reblinded now. And heal's fine. We don't want our own blind. Alright, we'll heal. That one's going to be on death's door, but they have death blow resist. I could give us +2 speed for the next round and maybe get ahead of them and blind the back too. I think that's what I'm going to try. +2 speed. Hopefully that pays off. Also blind ourselves though. Last night did a double at work. I see you're not the only one who gets screwed by positive relations. Oh yeah, healed a lot better than yours. Yeah, that's the best healing occultist we've ever had on that run. Shout out the one where the Hellion got screwed over. That still feels like it was a bug, honestly. So we had the taunt, and Sunder doesn't have a cooldown, so I felt like I got super screwed, but we gotta try to blind here. Thank you for watching. Cat scratching my daughter's chair. Watching you. Don't do it again. Deacon's gonna go next. Oh, that's the move that came at 45. Plus, you just put dodge tokens on everyone. Crazy. What if I gave Encore here and then use Magnesium to maybe hopefully pop some dodge tokens and then blind? I think that's what I'm gonna do. Alright.
Mistimed.
Okay, dodge tokens are gone. Blind, hopefully. Got it. One has death blow or death door. It's only 5, so still has the dots on it. If it gets to go again, it's gonna get a guaranteed crit though. He can use the exaltation again. Why gets everything? What did I do to you? No, here's. Stop it. I'm just getting ahead. I don't know if you've done anything yet. Aries, why are you causing so much trouble? Would you stop? I don't know why my daughter left the door open. Now Aries in here causing trouble. We have a blind, so. I really want to bring that one to attack range, but just can't get it yet. Which really sucks. I could get Firestarter going again, but then we have to reset all buffs. They have the melee down right now. I just don't know if I want to do that now. Oh my god, I'm gonna take the risk. We're about to get exalted to Death's Door though. Feel it. Cat. Now I use Way to Worlds, which is also terrible, of course. All that stress. Feeble. Good for us, kinda. What's your relationships like right now? Okay.
There is comfort in company.
Here it comes. He's blinded. Ouch. Ouch. Fire sphere on dots. I mean, the dots will deal damage to the... yeah, I don't think so, no. They do not. Don't believe. 10.
The slow suffering.
No sphere for movement. No, there's certain moves that will get rid of it, and they have a turn limit as well, so they will disappear. One second. Aries chewing on my things. He still has 2 worships on him too, which is really deadly. Spire's on cooldown. I should have healed there then and blinded here. Forgot that Inspire's on cooldown.
The slow suffering
Meltdown.
begins.
He hit through the blinds. General consistency of the game. Everyone has a different opinion on it as always. Oh, we got Shattered Will. But I like it overall. Minus 20% max HP. Start of combat. Weaken token, vulnerable token. At the start of each turn, destroy a positive token. One of the worst in the game. So, I should have healed on her, but oh well. Sucks that we ruined some relationships there, but... I mean, he has the blind, but doesn't necessarily mean anything. If he hits through the blind, her to death's door, then she could just die here, yeah. And then there goes our dot plan for the boss. Like I said, we just need to get through this first road, and then we'll be in all right shape. But getting to that point's a little scary. Fair shit at least makes sense. Heal me, person at full health. Yeah, they fixed some of it, but it's still not all of those cases like that are gone, yeah. Dot destroy team. If we can make it to the inn, it will be, hopefully. But it's tough. It's been a tough road. It's the last fight before the first inn, though. Or second inn, I guess I should say. Oh, good. Finally. Finally. So nice, man. Welcome in. Think it's looking good. Yeah, it's good to see. It has been a while. Just had a few people irritable.
Welcome back.
Ice
Your
Man.
steadfast
Here's the resub.
loyalty is
7
greatly
months. Thank you, Ice Man.
appreciated.
All right. Could have had a death there, but...
An inkling of potency still lingers in some of these well-worn relics.
Yeah, trying it out, yeah. So not really the tree that I wanted. It really sucks that she got that negative. We gotta try to hit a hospital, unless we get rid of it at the end by some miracle. Gotta try to hit a hospital early on, because this is one of the worst. Shattered Will is so bad. Let's go in sausage. 15 flame one. Can be useful, especially if we get the bonus. Man, I don't know if I'm gonna keep that or not. We're gonna have the bonus to keep it above 40 light. Am I gonna use all these? Yeah, I think I will. Could have just kept one. Trophy a bit in the start, pick up by the inn. That's what I was thinking too, yeah. This is the first road, so it actually went relatively smoothly up until I took all 3 fights on that Guardian area, and we ran into the Deacon. The Deacon was really rough. He also hit through like 3 or 4 different blind tokens that he had, so we got pretty unlucky in that regard. We actually had a meltdown, which is not what we want. No, we didn't fight Boss Baby on this. This team would have probably struggled going to Boss Baby. It was literally the first layer, first fight, I believe.
Is lit. The table is set.
Positive, Sluice Tactician, 3 Pillagers, so not a bad pickup. 20% scout chance on all nodes next, which is really good. Let's see where we...
Spoils, an artifact of unparalleled power.
So we can go to the Sluice. The Sluice is just an extra zone. As long as we're able to do the fights in there, we'll come out with extra mastery. Downside is, obviously, we can pick up some more negative relationship stuff. We could get some more diseases. But it is just a bonus area we could take. It's going to re-roll these as well. We could also just go ahead and go to the Tangle. The resistance encounter shouldn't be hard to get, and we'll get an extra mastery. You like the inn names? Yeah. Have you seen the Vestal Secret?
Conventional fare, but fairly priced.
5 mastery points. We definitely made it here with much more, but decent considering. All right, let's take a gander here. What we want to do. So if we go ahead and grab this, it's gonna give us 1 more dot damage in all 4. I don't think that's really important for the next step. You haven't seen that one? The Vestal Secret. It shows the Vestal up there with a finger over her mouth. Chaotic Offering would kind of be nice. Brings the cooldown to 2, makes it so we can use it more often, obviously. But the big thing is that it won't deal 15% damage. It'll deal 10%. May not matter all that too much. So have an Encore only. Have a 2-round cooldown. Also nice. Just everyone can get pretty irritating. Yeah. It is. It's pretty rough. And like I said, he rolled through that several times. I really like the upgrades, both Razor's Wit and Fade to Black. Smoke Screen is always nice as well. See upgraded Firestarter? On hit 3. I think we're just gonna dig into it. Yeah, I might do the Sluice and try to grab some extra mastery points. Man, I sure do love Burning Star. Deacon's a superior gamer. He must be. Must be. Or using Bountiful Medicine a lot too. Cause of Death is really nice. Lots of good stuff to decide between here. Alright. So only 1 person gets the upgrade. You get mastery points you can use on any skill on any of your people. Bigger heal, what, on Bountiful Medicine? Yeah, it goes from 20% to 25%. Which one are you talking about? 25 to 33? I will probably take the upgrade. The upgrade for Weird Reconstruction is really good because you can roll a 0 to 50 instead of just a 0 to 33, so much less likely to roll a really bottom end heal. Man, I think I'm gonna start using Burning Star again. It's so good, but I want to use I want to just rely on the bleed. All right, let's get Firestarter. Oh, you mean Cauterize? Is that the one you were talking about? 23? Yeah, and it also requires them to be bleeding. Which, bleed is pretty common in this, but... I know you can run both, yeah. That's what I was saying, is I'm thinking about switching out Burning Star for now I was using Binding Shadows, but has, you know, the 50% roll kind of sucks unless they have a combo. Yeah, the bleed is fun, but nuking stuff is pretty good. All right. On round 1, we're using Fade to Black almost always. I think I'll go ahead and grab that. They're mainly killing off dots, so. All right. I think we'll go to the Sluice and risk some disease. Fortunately, the Shattered Will is going to come into play there, unless we can get rid of it here by some miracle. Right, what do we have here?
The next stop is leagues away.
Stop some bickering and some more inventory space. And our inn items. Man. Do we have any tea in here? Nope. No tea. Trinkets we got 15% chance at turn start for a dodge plus token. Dodge plus is crazy good. Combat start. Finding Shadows is a win where the Occultist moves forward 1. Deals melee hit, and it also has a 50% chance baseline to give him a power token. One downside is that Burning Star can't be used for position 1, so we get up there. Gain on miss. When healed, extra action. Those are so good. The extra action trinkets are just incredible. I think I take it. I think you always take these when you see them. So, let's get it. Going Azoth will win. Or are you able to slot him in a dancing comp and anything? Yeah, the 50% seems a little crappy. I mean, obviously, it can be good if you have the combo generation, which we do now. So he could actually get 2 stacks of power just from one hit. But healing salves always good to take.
The tools of violence.
All right.
Despicable and dangerous.
See how it goes. Holy crap, we got really unlucky. That has a higher chance of a positive than a negative. We got 3 negative. So there, ugh. Well, that feels bad. Upper one, run you ever had. We had 2 extra action trinkets on a Man at Arms, and sometimes you get 4 actions around. How are healing salves tools of violence? I don't know what Wayne's doing with those, but yeah. High chance of a positive or affinity. Oh man.
Our modest fellowship expands. Praise the sun.
Okay, we got a positive, thank goodness. Jack, thank you for the Twitch Prime. Thank you, Jack. Much appreciated. Slurp up those flapjacks. So violent, they get extra actions when healed, so. Alright. Extra action when healed. So I can put the 10% heal on. I hate taking this off of her. I think I'm gonna do it anyway. Gotta get rid of that quirk, man. It's so bad. It's like 2 negative quirks in one. Really sucks. How many actually get rid of that one? All right, let's go. Let's go collect some more diseases.
In the road, choose your path and ride out unbowed.
All right, do I want to take her de-stealth in here? Probably. Probably should. In case you run into triple pig. These pigs have such high crit chances. It's nuts. I think she has hard noggin too. Right. Pacifist run. Still melted down, so like no stress. Now that they're under 4, they can start having positive marks to each other. Are there hospitals in the sluice? I don't think I've seen one in the sluice. The sluice does not count as a road to the mountain, no. So it's a bonus area. You should take some risk, try to get some extra mastery points and loot, basically. Yeah. That's why it doesn't have a bonus to it. Positive there, which is nice. Sluice is the warrens.
No choice.
Basically,
the brutish creatures must be confronted.
It's free area for progression, yep. We have 2 people that want to run, so we should do that to work on relationships, unfortunately. They breed quickly down there in the sluices. Surprised there isn't a line like that, because there's some other lines in this game that are very similar to the first one, but are obviously different. They're like that. Farmstead adjacent. Kinda, only you don't get to keep going forever sort of thing. They have 33% additional death blow resist. So he has 66, which is pretty gruesome. Alright. We're gonna get, oh man, we're gonna get Firestarter going right after that. It's grown up a little bit. Wilbur's grown up a little bit. Got your butt kicked by the Harvest Child. Harvest Child is one of the hardest fights in the game. Not the hardest, honestly. Harvest Child is nuts. Getting dazed there sucks. We blinded Wilbur, which is nice. 3. That might be the lowest hit I've ever seen one of these pigs give, honestly. I'm gonna use magnesium to get rid of the tokens there. Obliterate masses. He learned that from his daddy. Wilbur. Character from Dunwich Horror, one of the best stories from Lovecraft. Alright, we are going to reblind here. Oh no. Wasted our turn. That feels bad. Let's do blind the back, 2 piggies. Forsaken dodge for blind. Pretty much the same in this, yeah. Alright, we're gonna try to blind him here. Oh, I resist again. YouTube comment. I try to respond to all of them. Which one was yours? But yeah, I try to respond to all of them. Sometimes it takes me a couple days, but always try to respond. Thank you for watching. Chance of giving better debuff chance. There's the Occultist one. Yeah, I don't remember a second Occultist one. I don't know that I've seen one either.
An unavoidable end.
Characters combos, for some reason they do it very rarely. Yeah, they can hit stupid hard too.
Lethality.
They crit in the upper 20s pretty regularly. What's he have on him? Not enough yet.
A slow
Let's see.
dissection.
End this one.
An unavoidable end.
I do not. There it is, the combo in this one. Oh no. Does she have her blind back up? I don't think she did she? Yeah, she has it back up. Come on. Okay, we got the blinds. Let's see if it matters. Can't believe Wilbur can be a 5-round fight. It's kind of ridiculous. All right, we dodged obliterate body. Thank goodness. You're sad about that. Sorry, couldn't let it happen. Man, he's got 66 death blow resist. We got to get cranking here. Oh, I forgot he had days on him. Crap. Oh no, in this one again. We still had the combo bonus anyway. Don't do it, Wilbur. Think of the old times, the good times where I killed your father over and over and over. Don't think of those times. Okay, he didn't use it. That is Wilbur, yeah. Bye, Wilbur. He's kind of like the cannon fight in this. You're dead, right? You have no death blow resist? All right, good. Good. So it doesn't really matter what we do, I suppose. Wilbur. Cut a little bit close there, round 5, but we got it.
An inkling of potency still lingers in some of these well-worn relics.
Cards are usually good. I've been screwed over by cards, but they're, for the most part, a really good thing to get friendships going in ends, so kind of a nice grab, I suppose, but not really much good from that fight. Look how they massacred my boy. The passengers have to think we're crazy, just veering into everything. Can we maybe not hit all the corpses along the road?
It brings no satisfaction.
Not hit the corpses. Yeah, new positive relationship. Missed anything last 3 minutes? We just killed Wilbur.
A bond to be
So you missed
counted on.
Wilbur. Buff Wilbur. You should have 2 turns. It's a mini boss after all. We rolled vulnerable and weak from Shattered Will. Shattered Will, we gotta get rid of that. Fire starter going. Blind the big pig. Get our powers going here. miss there. Only a 5. See, this is one of those moments where having that move would have been, the binding move would have been better, obviously, but of course you don't know those moments are coming, but it does suck. Call him a pig? How disrespectful, what? Pigs get fed, hogs get slaughtered. Guaranteed crit. Well, definitely want to use it.
Lethality writ large.
Oh well. Not where I want to play Dodger at all. At least the blight landed.
This is no time.
Smash got through. At least it wasn't one of the buffed pigs hitting into the vulnerability. $27 crit. Go on, Trisha, welcome in. Finally. That was only round 2? Wow. Dodge. Alright, we get lined up.
Excellent work.
That little pig is dead. Hey, we got pulled back to where we wanted. Nice. Nice. Misfortune. Thank you for the 200 bits. Easy mode enabled. $27 crit. Blind new stun. Blind is really good, but it's a coin flip, so sometimes you get screwed by it, and they just, you know, it's a coin flip. We actually got screwed over by blind earlier. We kept blinding the deacon, and the deacon was like, oh, whatever, I don't care. I roll heads every time.
The loathing whispers.
Just cleave through us, but it's not quite as good as stun overall. Stun is still in the game, but it's rarer than it once was.
A simple choice.
Yeah, it's closer to the new dodge. Yeah.
At least it should be.
It's like having 50% dodge shit. Maybe I should have went right. I think right was blue, which would have been 2 fights. This way is only 1.
Proliferate unseen and unchecked.
Sometimes you just have to hit one thing with a meteor.
Pity a soul so twisted by despair.
2 people want to fight, we will fight. Oh, 25% additional damage on those pigs is not something you want to see. They can already crit for the upper 20s even without that buff, so not very good. Hitting things in the road gives you a chance of getting items. Yeah. It can be anything from like relics or moldy food to other things depending on what you have going on and what you've unlocked. Yeah, it's all about hitting stuff to get more items. Hope they bring back the Abomination as a hero. They made some comment about the Abomination. It sounds like they think it'll be hard to incorporate the Abomination into this kind of the style. But that might mean he comes back as an enemy or something. We'll see. The good thing is, if any of those characters come back as enemies, that means their character model and actions are all in the game files, which means modders can very easily turn them into playable characters if they end up not being. Oh, the worries.
Begins.
Minus 50% resist to horror. That's not that big of a deal as long as you don't run into a ghoul. Ghoul's the big one. Let's reblind, hopefully. Yeah, no problem. Nice buff there, we'll use it. Come on, this is my Darkest Dungeon. Yeah, it would be hard to make a transformation type hero on this one. Yeah. Unless they made it more of like a stance, like shifting thing or something. So like maybe he has a charge forward, but his animation only changes into the beast form as he's charging, sort of thing, you know? He doesn't stay in it or something. Seems like it'd be pretty doable, but yeah, we'll see what they go with. That could work. Yeah, I think that'd be kind of cool.
A breakthrough.
I didn't use Abomination a whole lot in the first Darkest Dungeon. I liked running dual Abomination a lot. Very self-sufficient team. And then if you run into a Shambler with it, put them both in the front, transform them. Good times. He has death blow resist, it's the only problem. So, cause of death really doesn't do much for us here. It's blind. Falls is so crazy.
The work continues.
What's my best team right now? I don't know. There's a lot of really good teams. It's a really tough one. Yeah, it's a really tough thing to answer. Tell us some really good ones.
All problems have their solutions.
Hellion, and then either Man-at-Arms or Leper. Jester, Occultist is one of my favorite. You have Jester Plague Doctor instead. Hellion is really good, especially with the Jester. The Jester can give Encore to her, which allows her to get rid of Winded and use Howling Blast every other round. Howling Blast hits really, really hard. The Occultist has some just nuts damage, as you can see. So I really like taking him a lot. Now that his his heal is no longer battle limited, it actually gets pretty good. I mean, you can get screwed by it and get unlucky, but overall, it feels really good. So I really like bringing those. And then usually either Man-at-Arms or Jester because of their stress heal. They're currently the two best stress healers, in my opinion. Big damage to him. When you try to squeal but your voice cracks. Do you think, or like most of their Darkest Dungeon 2 changes, which character do I like the changes most from Darkest Dungeon 1? That's a tough one too. The first one that comes to mind right off the bat is actually the Jester. Because a lot of times in the first Darkest Dungeon, the Jester was just a buff bot. And yes, Finale could hit really hard. He'd leave himself screwed afterwards a lot of times. Bad shuffle there. But I like how the Jester here.
Empowered.
Yeah, I guess I would say the Jester. I like all the new changes pretty much though. Jester, I think, has come the furthest from being just an absolute buff bot to nice piggy dance moves. These guys hit really hard. This is like the new Brooper fight. He did one thing and did it well. Yeah, and I mean, he had some decent bleed. We would use him for bleed, and Finale was good, especially before it got nerfed, right? Get rid of these. No, I don't want to waste our strength tokens, so we'll hit back here. Yeah, I didn't make him super interesting, yeah. So in most of my runs, he ended up just being a buff and stress healing bot, and that was it. He was like giving everyone an extra couple of trinkets, just having him sit back there and do nothing but buff. Let's go ahead and get rid of the dodge tokens here. We are bullying these pigs, man. Big bullies we are. Oh, she rolled the extra action from that heal. The trinket proc to heal, and she got the extra action. We rolled bottom in. I took the risk. I could have blinded it, but I was like, got that extra action. We can kill. We can kill him. He's got roasted.
An inkling of potency still lingers.
Wonder how it would have been if Ballad was single target, like in the first game. Yeah, that'd be an interesting change. This game out yet? What platforms do you get it? It's only in early access right now, so it's only on PC and only on Epic Game Store during early access. It'll be out on Steam in roughly a year. And judging by the success of it on console, the first one, I'm guessing it'll be on console at some point after that as well. But right now, you can only play Chapter 1 and only on Epic Game Store on PC. An A-Ram, thank you for the look. Oh my god! Wilbur's back with a vengeance. He's got a friend. This is a 5-round battle? That's kind of BS. Ugh. That's Wilbur for anyone that hasn't seen him. He grew up. Wilbur and Hilbur. We basically gotta try to come out of this with as least damage taken possible. If we can kill them, awesome, but... Wilbur again. Yeah, he's just an elite enemy in this, unfortunately. He's not a... He's like the quarter pounder, I call it. Little cannon boss. I hate that we got shuffled up. Should put the caltrops on the Occultist as well, but oh. Well, this could very, very much hurt. Brought his cousin. Oh, there's just a brute. Yeah, could you? I don't know if we can roll 2 Wilburs. I haven't seen that happen. That would be absolutely nuts. I mean, I don't think it probably can't happen, but ouch. She didn't get the extra. Well, we don't know if she got the extra. No, she didn't. She didn't get it. I think here we just go for the damage.
A slow dissection.
I don't remember if we saw 2 Black Phillips in the same fight.
End.
That's what I was trying to remember as well. She's not going to be able to self-heal, but I want to take that risk. You can jump forward on the Jester. I'm going to take the risk. Some good damage there. Oh, resist sucks.
A brilliant conclusion.
What's up, Wilbur? Well, we need to chill. All right. Good miss there. Really wanted to roll a 5.
This is no time to falter.
Crap. All right, hopefully those dots finish him off. Hello. Yeah, let's take the guarantee heal. Oh, man. No, I'm not going to. What other old bosses in the game? The cannon. The cannon is also an elite. It's a different version of the cannon, but it's still obviously based on. I don't think there's any way we get through all of his health and 33 death blow resist in this last little bit. Probably. Maybe. I mean, we do have Burning Star coming up. He resists the blind. Feels bad. That's the whole reason I use that. Yeah, probably not gonna happen.
This is no time to falter.
I think she just resisted a disease. I couldn't tell for sure. We have a chance.
A brilliant conclusion.
Yeah, I don't think it's gonna happen. We have to get him to Death's Door and leave a damage over time. This can only roll 6 non-crit. That's probably not gonna happen. We should probably just heal. Does feel bad, but oh, she got an extra action. So should we go for it? I mean, this is only gonna do. Let's just assume it rolls bottom in. He goes down to 9. Yeah, this isn't going to happen. So we might as well blind to try to save some incoming damage before we get out. Close, but oh well. We actually recovered a bit during that. No loot. That's pretty tough one to hit the timer on a mini boss and another size 2. Gonna be both with death blow resist, but what you gonna do? All right, the bonus sluice is done. We got some loot from that.
We would come here in summers of years gone.
And some negative quirks.
Write, think, and rest.
It probably wasn't worth it altogether. First, a scout chance for assistance encounters, field hospitals, and academic caches. That's actually good though. And we got some other loot, so didn't.
The provinces.
We're supposed to run into stuff, yes.
Land.
Running stuff gives you a chance of getting items.
Done.
When Occultist battle, that should be pretty easy. Keep the flame at 40+. It's also going to be pretty easy. I'll probably go to the Tangle. It's really good for our current... no mastery point. Yeah, I bet we would have gotten one probably if we had finished that last fight, but, well...
The next stop is
it's not 100% even there, but yeah, unlucky.
Plan accordingly.
All right. Dodge token each turn. Those are always good. I'm gonna grab that with some of the extra stuff that we got. That's probably it. Oh man, we've been really unlucky with the cards. Really unlucky. right, hopefully run into a field hospital early.
Listen, practice, improve.
You not buy the tasty pig.
Precious
16. I'm trying to think about the hospital.
The end.
So. So I only bought the Dodge, saving the rest.
Trenches and tents.
Geology new ending playthrough might be a little bit of a fan.
That was never
That's
fought.
awesome. Thank you, Sir Axolot. If you were watching, I appreciate it. All right, let's go. I'll be right back while it's loading into the Tangle here.
War rewards only resignation.
So there's not as much shuffling in here, but he can self-shuffle, which could be a problem. I'm really thinking about changing out that move again, but we'll see how it plays out. I'm not really going to be able to afford much from the Hoarder, but 2 people want to go there, so it saves us more stress going there. We can still go look, I suppose. Skulls there.
Let us hope the madman
Chair stalling. Chair's just never lost a game, so it doesn't want its streak to end. Just doesn't want its winning streak to end. Well, its non-losing streak. We got flapjacks. Cal troops are very good for this team. But I need to try to save some. Oh, man. I should go ahead and buy them maybe. Yeah, I'm going to. We'll save the rest. We absolutely need to get to a hospital. Did we scout a hospital? There's a hospital on the far right. We'll go question mark, get rid of a point of stress here. And it's a resistance battle, which is good because that'll get rid of take a loathing. So you gain loathing at the end, and then any resistance battle, cultist battle, or layer battle gets rid of a tick of it. These road battles, these turn limited road battles do not. 100% non-losing streak. That's right. Looks familiar. He does look familiar. He has a lot of familiar stuff on his pack too. Let's go into Calsart to welcome in. All right, they have extra stun resist, but it doesn't matter. We're not using stun, so blind coming in clutch. Go ahead and start powering up. And she rolled vulnerable and weak again. Can't wait till we can get to a hospital and get rid of that junk. All right, we're gonna go ahead and you know what? Let's go ahead and get the torch up. Then we're gonna start with fire starter. Start pumping out damage. Ow.
The slow suffering begins.
And we'll blind the back line, hopefully. Got them both. All right.
Welcome back. Your steadfast loyalty
Blind.
is greatly appreciated.
Wise noob. Thank you for the Twitch Prime. 6 months. Insert generic, ignorant, backseating, passive aggressive comment here. Keep up the awesome. Thank you, Wise Dude. Appreciate the continued support. This is that music I like.
Slow dissection.
It's time to march out of the Black Gate. Eat some man flesh.
A slow dissection. An unavoidable end.
Oh, he had days. I kind of forgot about that. Whoops. Might suffer here. Dazed again? No tank run? Yep. No tank run. Dot team, no tank yet. I think I'm gonna give the Plague Doctor an extra turn here. Videos while playing RimWorld yourself.
At least
Thanks for having taken the time to upload them all, learn new stuff all the time. That's awesome, yeah. You ever let me know. And again, thank you for watching this.
A slow dissection. An unavoidable end.
That one's dead. That one's dead. That one's dead. Are they all just dead? They're all dead. Nice.
One less obstacle in our path.
There's not any healing or anything, so let's just do a big hit for the road. See ya. God. Burning Star is so fun to use. Such a good move. When people ask me my favorite character from this game, it's always difficult because I like so many of them, and it's a pretty good problem to have, right? They all feel really nice. Man, oh man, I think Occultist has got to be up there. Lots of different ways to play him in this game. Crazy good AoE, crazy good single target. Leper is another one that's like super crazy in this game. They're all really good. It's really hard for me to say which is my favorite. It was kind of easy. We have two people that want to run. What are your relationships like? No matter what, it's going to hurt the negative relationship that's here. I'm taking the fight. Yep.
Narrowed eyes.
It didn't matter. Whatever I chose there, they're going to get upset.
All
So
trust is lost.
have a negative relationship. Frenzied enemies. Ugh. 25% initial damage. Man, those cards really screwed us over, huh? When he was offering his moves churning here.
A brilliant conclusion.
Oh, this is such a friggin' pain. That's a positive relationship, Bark, and it just caused us not to be able to use the move we wanted to there. There is a trick, though. So you can use an item, and it will let you redo it. Sucks to have to burn an item to get that, but it's probably a bug. That's probably gonna get fixed. But right now, if they end up locking one of your moves like that with a relationship, Bark, you can undo it by using an item if you have a combat item equipped on that character. Resisted. Missed. So the deadliest target here is actually the bishop. The bishop can resurrect others. So bishop needs to always be the first target if it's there. And drummer second. Yeah, interesting interaction. Like I said, I assume it's a bug. Although I think it's bullcrap, it locks it from being used on anyone. Even the one that complained they wanted them used on it, you know? Nice hit. They don't have the resistance buff, so I think I'm just going to go ahead and do this.
A slow dissection. An unavoidable end.
So much damage.
A slow dissection.
Crazy.
An unavoidable
Wilbur, I don't
end.
feel like you fix it. That's a lot of damage over time they got going on. Unless the fix is the bug.
A promising development.
Now we have a problem. If the drummer is left up till the end, he will suicide and cause a lot of stress on your team. So we actually really need to kill him. But our team isn't very good at hitting specifically the back line. Aside from the star move. Burning star. But we're not going to be able to do that quite yet.
A slow dissection.
These guys do have some death blow resist,
end.
though. Let's go ahead and give the Jester, or I mean the Occultist, an extra action. Oh, I forgot it works that way. He only gets it at the, yeah. That sucks. Oh well. He'll be able to use it coming up. Suspicious, leave her alone. You friggin' jerk. Probably should have just hit that one. No way she was gonna get it to Death's Door. I guess it doesn't matter either way, but. Seem to actually work, or is it like the first game where the percentage pretty much meant nothing? It works, yeah, but I mean, it's always that RNG, you know? There's always a chance where it's just, we've had an enemy with 5 deathblow resist survive like 4 or 5 hits, and we just can't kill it. And I've also, I actually had deathblow resist trinkets on a character the other night, and they died to the first deathblow check. So there's always going to be that risk. It's the nature of the RNG, but deathblow resist does seem better overall in this for your side because the base, I don't know. There's a lot more ways to increase it in this, I guess. But overall, it's still just RNG. Sounds the same sometimes, yeah. So he's gonna burning star them to death, so we might as well get a heal in. Oh no! He's not. I forgot the days. Crap.
Another impediment.
6 stress. 6 stress. Speaking of, there's a 15% deathblow resist trinket for the Occultist. That puts them at 80.
The loathing whispers.
Already had that one on. Thought so. Yep. That really sucked. The days come back to bite us. And the reason we got that days, I believe, was from the random effect of that chaotic offering. You can do a random effect Positive or negative. Seems like shuffling and stunning are ones that happen a lot. Why don't you take out the corpses to move up the drummer? I should have done that with Magnesium Rain, yeah. No reason. I just forgot. I'm not used to using Magnesium Rain, so.
The Wainwright awaits.
This guy to the hospital.
Eager to ply his
Holy
trade.
crap. It's a good scouting trinket. Just need to recover here. Arbalist. High damage team. Volley is such a crazy move. Volley allows the Arbalist to do an AoE high damage hit to the entire team. And they currently have vulnerable up. Maybe Deathlow resist so funky. Man, I still can't believe I had one of those Evangelists with 5 Deathlow resist. Survived 4 different hits on Death's Door. We got the days again. Yeah, 5 is the bare minimum, yep. So even with the moves that, even the item that drops it by 30 or 33 or whatever that item is, that one still can't take it below 5. Here comes the pain. 4 hit AoE, bleed on everyone. Crazy move. And we won't be able to blind it because we have to blind the taunted target. Days screwing us over again. Good heal though.
This wound, at least, has been tended to.
Oh, we almost have a new friendship. Alright, Penance is up. So he can do his big hit, or he can resurrect next round. We can cauterize, or we can blind. It's gonna get a just 1-hit attack. It's not gonna get the boost. So I might just save scope screen. No, I'm not going to. Open Vade is better. Yeah, because of the bleed being left. Yeah. Sad high wind noises. Friend Chandler will fight the Shambler. Chandler versus Shambler. Fun heal there.
Suffering strengthens
Nice.
the bond. A brilliant conclusion.
Go ahead and get his second power token off that combo. That means he could go ahead and use his AoE before all those go. That seems like a good idea. Let's do that. Just days are just for next round though.
Lethality writ large.
Bishop's dead. If we roll 4, this one could be dead as well. Rolled 4. Not guaranteed though. Now we need to work on getting the drummer. Hello, Noodler. Can you take one of those down, dude? I realize there were so many other men. Thanks. Help, help, I'm being beaten. Any story or lore that we know yet? So each individual character has a whole lore story in this set. I have a video up for each of them if you ever want to check it out over on my YouTube. As far as the main game lore, we don't know 100%. We're kind of piecing things together that we think are plausible based on what the narrator is saying, but we don't know. Oh my god, the drummer's gonna be up to the end again. We're not gonna be able to do Magnesium Rain. This has no death blow resistance. This is really bad. Crap. Jester can't reach there. I see nothing. Crap. So yeah, we're kind of screwed again. I need to just start using Burning Star on the back. Now that's happened. Doesn't matter. Not if you're rooting for the skeletons. I feel like I should just stress heal. We do have a chance, depending on how the speed rolls out here. Actually, the Arbalest is going late in the turn order, so we might be able to turn this around. All right, looks like we did it.
The smallest variable can make all the difference.
Watch the character lore videos? Yeah. So we, based on what the narrator says, it's important to note that the narrator in this is not the ancestor. Wayne June is still doing the narration, but the voiceover is the academic. And we're a student of the academic, a fellow academic, I suppose. But they're apparently our professor. They also mention a lot of things about this being a battle of the mind, lots of introspective stuff. So, we very well might be in some kind of purgatory or trying to atone from the sins of the past, sort of thing. A battle in our brain, figuratively, literally. I don't know. We'll know a lot more when the second chapter comes out, of course, but for now, it's only speculation. Yeah. We do know that this is not a prequel. A lot of people were like, well, what if it's a prequel? It mentions things from the past game in several different sections. It specifically mentions the Hamlet. It even says the word Hamlet. Two people want to run, and we got to build a relationship with her, so feels bad, but we got to do it. Already it would have been Ancestor make an appearance, so it's Wayne June versus Wayne June. Could still happen. Kin, do you want to go down any specific way? Kin has no... Yeah, oh yeah, we want to go to the hospital. So, doesn't matter anyway, Kin. Wayne versus Wayne. Right, another positive relationship. So we got like 3 or 4 positives and 1 negative. Wayne will not be denied. Wilbur's all grown up now. Yeah, I do wish that they would make it so you could only run into one of those. It's weird when you go to the sluice and you kill like 3 Wilburs. It's like, not only has he grown up, but he's developed a means to clone himself. We're at 84. Yeah, I'm gonna take this anyway though. No, I'm not, because I need to get to the hospital and spin those. So I'm gonna go with loot.
Abandoned or forgotten, it is ours now.
Version 1 has 3 Wilburs as well. It's technically true. Good point. Wilbur is a title. Oh, look at this. Sorry, we have to go to the hospital.
If you hope to heal,
it's gonna have to be our head cannon. Wilbur is a title. All right, hospital. We can finally get rid of this crap that we've had forever.
They waited for death, and still they wait.
I still wish they had named Implication the cannon as the quarter pounder. All right. Shattered will, so friggin' bad. Let's get rid of that.
We need not be defined by our shortcomings.
Hand of the Swine King. That's right. I'm actually not worried about the worries. It's how the Eldritch Corruption is making Occultist stronger too. Yeah, that is interesting. Oh, I'm gonna save the rest. He's able to throw stars at people now. I really liked battling the Chandler on the Occultist. That was kind of cool. Rain on the tent sound, hospital makes in the Tangle. What was Shattered Will doing? Shattered Will drops their HP by either 20 or 25%. I can't remember which one. But in addition to that, it has a chance at the beginning of each turn to give them a weaken. What is it? Weaken and vulnerable? It's 2 different negative tokens. Actually just kept Hearthlight, so we can get rid of that, but it doesn't really matter because we can't hit him this round anyway, so. Whatever. Don't get stronger then, jerk. You got a weaken token. Yeah, Shattered Will is a really, really bad negative. There's several negatives in the game that are just like it feels like 2 or 3 negative quirks rolled into one. So normally we could have a meltdown because of that, but we have this item, so we're gonna use it to reset his turn.
There is comfort in company.
Ridiculous. We really need to try to blind here because the Urchin is going to get a guaranteed crit on his next attack if it lands, and it already causes pretty decent stress. Fire. This one's blinded too, but it hit. You guys just need to chill out.
A slow dissection.
Some big damage there.
An unavoidable.
Hopefully this misses. It did not. somebody just used to have self-stun effects. Oh my god, did you see that run, the most recent run I posted on YouTube where I was seeing how strong Singwin was? Our leper had the disease or quirk or whatever where it was a 5% chance at the beginning of a turn to stun him. And he was getting it all the time, just over and over. It's like, how this, I know sometimes 5% can roll multiple times, but it just felt like we were getting cheated non-stop. Nice. Felt real bad. These are all dead, so.
This wound, at least, has been tended to.
I'm trying to get some positive relationship arcs going here, but. So in fact, I don't want her to kill one because I don't want them to be like, well, there we go. It worked the opposite. I don't want to kill one because I don't want him to get mad at a kill steal. And then she didn't kill it, and he was like, are you holding back? Paralysis one? I don't remember which one it is. It's a 5% chance of a stun. It just kept rolling it over and over and over. Felt terrible. Yeah, that's the one. Minus 9% stun resist, 5% chance to stun at the beginning of your turn.
An
Yeah.
inkling of potency still lingers in some of these
100% modifier attached.
well-worn relics.
Once triggered, it goes into cooldown. So I was talking about that a lot about, so in the first game, stuns, once somebody got stunned, they would then have a additional stun resistance. And then if they managed to get stunned again, they would have even more stun resist for the next round. So it was not possible for people to get chain stunned. Well, this game, there's nothing like that for either you or the enemy. So there are some times, like against the final boss, where you can get chain stunned. If you have something that self stuns like that, and the boss stuns and whatnot, you can just get chain stunned on someone. It's going, Dad, welcome in. All right, free master point. Doesn't matter. Surge's bomb. Yeah, it feels bad. Nothing like that in this. My biggest wish is that they make it so relationships can only proc once per round. It's absolutely, and that goes positive and negative. Sometimes we'll have like literally the same relationship proc 4 times in a round. Beginning of one character's action, end of that action. Beginning of the other character's action, end of that action. It's like, holy crap. Hey, we're building some positive there. That's nice. But I definitely think there needs to be a limit on how many times they can trigger a round. Just freaking see him again. Alright. Instead of using, well, we need to kill the bishop, but probably gonna use Star here more than Bleed. Hurts facing the fight. Man, this is after 2 patches to make them, to reduce them already. So for anyone that didn't play this, like, on release day, it was just stupid. And it didn't matter, positive, negative relationship. Oh, you friggin' guys. I kind of wanted to say one of those for the end, but I will. Well, that was a waste. Two different triggers on our stress heal in the same round. Yeah. Thank you for showing what I meant there. Let's go Python. Yes, I know. You've already showed that you were suspicious. Like, on the last round.
More shall gather. Slow dissection shall enter the fray.
Classy Mess, thank you for the raid. Those who come from Classy Stream, welcome back. Welcome in for the first time. Hitting. I'm Adams, Adam vs. Everything. We are playing some Darkest Dungeon 2. We're doing some unorthodox teams. Just playing around, having fun. Free to hang out, lurk, participate. Do whatever you want to do within reason. but thank you again. So classic pancake, Sin, Heebie, GB, welcome in. Slides. Hopefully, I actually get distress heal this round. You control burn. Control burn is bugged. I don't know if it still is, but last time I used it, it was when the game first came out. And so it actually went away if a corpse got moved in that position or out of that position. So I haven't used it since then. Feels pretty slow in general, but let's go ahead and get rid of that taunt. There's 2 is more for casuals. No, I don't think so. Versus token, less management. The token system actually makes combat more strategic and more thought out than in Darkest Dungeon 1. So as much as I love Darkest Dungeon 1, this game is more strategic, has more strategic combat. In the first one, you could literally just, there was several different ways to play it where you could just rush and win. Battles were short, or you could just stack dodge and literally be immortal. So I think combat is better overall in this one. Sus Runaway. The time investment for a run, of course, is less. So in that regards, of course, it is more casual time frame. But this is only the first chapter. If all 5 chapters take 6 hours each and you do them back to back, that's about half the time of like a full all boss run of the first game. Thoughts on, you feel right now you really need to prioritize optimizing for the boss, no more of the take any team anywhere type of, yep. So the last patch, I was talking about that too. So the last patch changed that a lot. So before the previous patch, I felt like you could take literally any team and you could make it work. And it was fun to experiment and try out teams and you could just make it work. Now, it's no longer really the case, I feel. Think you'd be interested in some of the challenge run, dude? Yeah, we've done some of those too, yeah. Yeah. We've done quite a bit of that as well. At this point, I'm just doing, yeah, crazy unorthodox crap like this, but and the friggin' drummer's gonna be up again. We gotta hope that we kill with Star. Feel was the most fun to fight in Darkest Dungeon 1. What did you enjoy about the fight? One of my favorite fights is maybe the Countess. The Countess was interesting though because she RNG can make her either much more difficult or much easier, which is kind of interesting. I don't know. I liked her design overall and the stance dancing that she did. I might not figure this out. Italian plumber on a go-kart shows up and starts throwing turtle shells at your stagecoach to wait for modding. Probably what happened. So unfortunately, it can resurrect here. So far with this team, the drummer teams are the worst for us to deal with. But taste the tasty sulfur through your veins, magnesium rain. Let's go and sip. Welcome in. We're gonna 2-treating us. That's going all right. All right. We're on the second main road. See, we're in kind of a problem here. If we don't kill the bishop is going to resurrect something. If we don't kill the drummer, we kill the bishop, the drummer is going to do massive AoE stress as we leave, so. All right, drummer's dead. Magnesium's on cooldown, so can't even clear the corpses, unfortunately. This doesn't really matter, but Oh, use penance. That's right. He has to have penance up to resurrect. I believe, yes. Or benediction to resurrect, if I remember right. So we should be good. We could actually get a stress heal. No, we can't run around 5. So it doesn't really matter what we do. He's dead, right? Yeah, he's dead. Since we're win. Oh crap. Did I have ashes? It doesn't matter now, but... No, I don't have ashes.
An inkling of potency still lingers in some of these well-worn
Yeah, no worries.
relics.
It was worth checking. All right, we got master points too. I think we got to clear that out. Actually, again, I'm gonna put that on the Jester so we can use it to reset his bark if we need to. All right, resistance battle coming up. Everyone wants to fight. We can either take the bonus damage or the vulnerable on enemy. Neither one really helps this team all that too much. But I'll take the attack, I suppose. No, we'll take vulnerable. Wow. I didn't even think about it. This is the first time it's taking this long to run into the knight. So, interesting. What's the difference about a resistance battle? So resistance battles do not have a round limit, and they also, as long as you complete them, will give you, get rid of 1 bar of loathing. So loathing is gained at the end. And one of the main things, it can make it so that your torch deteriorates faster. Another thing that loathing does is increase the chance that enemies get a battle combat benefit. So like, you know, extra damage, extra health, tokens, that kind of stuff. So the higher loathing, the harder the fights get. Going to either a resistance battle, a cultist battle, or a layer battle and doing them will reduce the loathing. Actually, I'm gonna move them back as much as I hate to do it. I feel like they're gonna need a heal next round.
A slow dissection.
The loathing.
Unavoidable end.
They still have vulnerable, is what I was hoping for. 26 non-crit damage. Good.
Lethality writ large.
Cool risk reward mechanic. Yeah, so the more of those kind of fights you take, the more you reduce loathing. And then when you get to an inn, it replenishes loathing and you have to get it down again if you want. Can't believe we have that negative relationship. And that's mainly because of the cards. That's what feels extra bad about that one is we use cards at the end, and cards have a pretty decent chance of giving a positive effect. Yeah, okay, we'll do that.
A breakthrough.
But I got a bunch of negatives off the cards. Being Chandler and having him only drop 4 relics. I really wish the Shambler rewards were more interesting. That's another thing. Hopefully they work on that. So one thing I've been mentioning a bit on the stream since this came out, ooh, crap, is that Red Hook said it a couple times. First time in their article of PC Gamer was that because of the roguelike nature of this game, they were okay putting some really overpowered stuff in the game that you don't run into every run. So think of a lot of roguelike games. Sometimes, like, let's go with Slay the Spire. A lot of people draw those comparisons. So with Slay the Spire, sometimes you start out and you get the perfect relics and you get the right cards and you just know you've already won. You know on the first leg of the journey, it's like, this is it. It's God mode time. I cannot be stopped. And those are fun runs. They don't happen all the time, but they're a lot of fun, right? So it felt like that's what Red Hook wanted to do. They even mentioned, like I said, they were like, we can put in some really overpowered trinkets, and they're going to be rare. You don't get them every run, but when you get them, it feels really good, and you might not see them for a while. But there's not trinkets like that in the game yet. There's some powerful trinkets, but most of the trinkets are just stat sticks at the moment, and there's none that really alter gameplay a ton. I mean, there's the extra actions on Death Door and extra actions in general. There's the, you know, the proc debuffs things, but there's none that really, like... I mean, like in the first game, if you had Dissection Kit and Bloodied Herbs, if you had those on your Plague Doctor, suddenly your Plague Doctor was a really good melee damage-dealing bleed character, right? There's nothing like that in this one yet, so I really hope they add stuff like that. Yeah, when you think of all those games like Binding of Isaac, Hades, just any of them really, sometimes you just get the nuts, right? You're like, I didn't know Adam played poker. Sometimes you get the nuts. %, but it's not a chance every turn. Yeah, and those are strong, but they're not like, they're not that interesting. It's like when you get it, it's like, oh, that's really nice. But I really like some really interesting trinkets. D's nuts. That's right. Just blind it. Runs carry stuff over from chapter to chapter. We don't. So as soon, I don't think it will. I think the chapters are going to be individual. That's how I feel that it'll be. But that's one thing I would say too. As soon as we have chapter 2, as soon as chapter 2's out, we're going to know so much more about how the game... Oh man, we just spawned a taunt token with our unchecked power. We're going to know so much more about the progression like that. Yeah, exactly. Game-changing or character-changing trinkets that are interesting, that are rare. You don't get them all the time. That would be really, really awesome. We try to blind here. Did you get into Dark Extension while I was still in EA? I didn't know. I've seen stuff from it, but I haven't. The Occultist trinkets are a big one. Yeah, those ones are just giant stat sticks, right? Just stat dumps. And they're not interesting in that regard. And also, some of them are not as good as just having a pair of trinkets, too. I think the crit one. Crit is, what, 12%? But you can have 2 other trinkets that give you more. This is early access? Yes. There's only 1 chapter out right now. I would like to get rid of Riposte. I don't want to eat up Vulnerable, though. Ugh. There was that blind. Cleaver trinket worth 20% blight chance, never seems to trigger. So the way that works is it just increases the blight chance. So we tested it and actually got some crap in some YouTube comments where people were like, "Are you stupid? Why'd you use that on that character?" Some people were nicer about it. But anyway, the way it works, Eggy, is it increases the chance to apply a blight from a character that can do blight. So if you wear that trinket on your Plague Doctor, you're going to have a 25% additional chance against their blight resistance to apply the blight. So it doesn't make a character's attack on hit have a chance to blight like the Color Madness trinkets from the first game. It just increases your chance to apply a blight that you're already able to apply against the enemy's resistance. Hopefully that makes sense. 40 crit. Yeah, no problem. And we got the extra action here, which is fantastic. So, just cauterize.
This wound, at least, has been.
He loves the knight. He has the big sword, but he riposts with his fist, yeah. Is there a tree branch smackdown equivalent in this game? There is. The Woodsman has one. The Woodsman. There's actually quite a few tree branch smackdowns, come to think of it. The Woodsman has one. The Deacon is probably the biggest one. It's probably the closest to tree branch smackdown. The Deacon can crit your front positions for a 45 crit.
This wound, at least, has been tended to.
But Woodsman, the Knights, less so, but he has the big bleed on the back end of it. and the Deacon.
Persistence.
Exaltation. The Deacon's Exaltation, 45 damage plus bleed.
Amidst the spoils.
It's early access yet. It'll be early access for a year, and right now, in this early part of early access, there's only one chapter available.
The loathing abates.
Early access. I don't need your flapjacks. 20. Oh, look at that. 45% stun resist. I'm gonna hold on to that for the last boss. Exaltation is like tree branch plus the crab. Yeah, the arterial pinch, all in the same move. That's a really good way to put it. If that sounds scary, it absolutely is. I think it's exclamation death blow. And implication one hit. Never crit you so far. I don't know for sure.
To reflect,
so
and reconcile.
Implication can crit for like the 20s. I think I've seen it hit for like 26 or something. Maybe a little bit higher. But it doesn't leave a damage over time, so it can't kill on its own, but it can absolutely ruin some... Oh, Draggy Ice is dead. It can ruin some friendships. Hey, finally. We're starting to work that off. Work that out, I should say. Okay, start getting our blinds up. We're just gonna go ahead and do that now because they have combo potential. The list of quotes is not updated, no. It's about 1,500 quotes behind. But I think I have an idea for that. I think I'm gonna make one of the Discord channels just have all the quotes in it. Just have it accessible on there. Thanks, Mish. More like Arterial Revelation Smackdown, yeah. Yeah, you know, that's what we thought of too. Dennis from Always Sunny. Because of the implication. I wonder if that's where why the mods named it, or not mods, excuse me, the devs named it that. We had 2 resists, that sucks. Give the Plague Doctor an extra action here. Yes, there's more coming.
This wound, at least, has been tended to.
Yeah, I think you guys are doing that. We're getting a lot of resist this time. 100% you think that's the reference?
Hey everybody, my name's Cletus. Anybody want some cornbread?
Hey Cletus. I take some.
A slow dissection. An unavoidable end.
From Beyond a Minute is up. Get your back.
The smallest variable can make all the
The
difference.
Play Dogger has a flamethrower, yeah. Yeah. He's already dead. Oh well. That one's dead. So I'm gonna do something to make sure they're under irritable. It's kind of crazy, but and if this screws up and he doesn't allow them to lower their stress, it's gonna backfire. We're gonna pass. Passing is gonna give 2 stress, which puts them at irritable. Now I can stress heal them for 3, which takes them down to 2 below irritable, so it worked out.
Another impediment cleared with impunity.
Nice. Now everyone's 2 below irritable, which is really, really good for us. Even better. Screw that corpse in particular. Heal before we get out. Man, those are all going to end up triggering at the same time.
The Q is a conveyor belt of death. Good luck.
A lot of people have told me they don't like the Runaway, like her character, her animations, her moves. I like her. She was actually one of the first ones I got all the lore on because I like her. We love Wayne. Really love how she like twirls the fire poker around and stuff. Pulse and Runaway favorites so far. Yeah, I do like her. I think she fits in well. A lot of people say she looks like a hobbit, which I'll agree with, but it's not a silly idea. We've already done all the shrines, so this just gives us a mastery. Everything but the backpack. Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, I guess it makes sense, but shouldn't all of her stuff have burned down on the house fire? 25th anniversary bundle on Humble is pretty solid. Haven't checked that one out. I'll have to check it out. We also have some really useless ones in there. So might influence first impressions. Yeah, I can see that, I guess. What else? She's supposed to keep her lunch. Borderlands Vaja, layers of fear in there. I don't think I've seen that relationship, Bark. Did you see that one? The fastest fingers I've ever seen. What? It's talking about musical instruments, I'm sure. Yes, again, like that. Are we playing through, like... Maybe this is all just the salacious diary from the Vestal. I think Backdraft should have a better animation instead of just reused ransack. Yeah, that I'll agree with. Stumbled over some rubble in the road and found pancakes. Road flapjacks. Enemies have 33% additional HP. They only need like 2 or 3 more points to stop being upset at each other.
A little help, impeccably
It's free pancakes. That's one thing I was not considering when I went to play Darkest Dungeon 2 for the first time. It's just how many flapjacks would be in the game. Yeah. Man, that's triggering like crazy. Two stress heal off that. Very nice. All right, I think that's enough. I mean, it's helping us overall, but Jesus. Runaway is correct though. Occultist always kind of stuff. Twin Val. let's
A little help
grab the heal.
impeccably timed.
We want to try to do all these. Two-thirds of the enemies in this game don't even have faces for that. Oh yeah, I saw that comment. Not safe for work mods for Dark Dungeon 2 will be groundbreaking. So here's the thing. I didn't even think about there being mods already, but apparently someone was mentioning 2 days ago, there's already mods for Dark Dungeon 2 on Nexus mods. And apparently the very first mods that were uploaded were artwork changes for all the NPCs to make them, well, not safe for work. That should surprise no one, but... we'll just make sure it dies. Of course, those were the first mods, yeah. You go check it out if you want. So proud of that community. Let's go, Jim. Does surprise me at all. First was also Widemas. Made Dismas into too wide. I didn't see that, yeah. It's funny. Double wide Dismas.
Slow dissection. An unavoidable end.
First mod, new Paradox game. We're always anime portraits. It's like a tradition now. What can make these space dolphins better? Anime portraits. Oh, I saw that. Yeah, the hyper-speed drifting wagon mod. And I saw a clip of someone using that mod, and it flipped over. And I was like, at first I was like, surely that, but I guess the game has physics for that, but it never really flips over in the game. It just goes up on like 2 wheels or whatever, but the mod makes it be able to flip over. Huh, these are interesting fights to run into. Oh, the resist feels bad. Oh, another blind resist. Jeez, man. Space Dolphins that... yeah, I know, yeah. Pilot Watch told me about it, and I looked at the preview art. Space Dolphins. Yeah. I really would like to get into Stellaris, but I just don't have the time. Last time I tried it out, too, it didn't do well on the stream. There's a couple of streamers that play it often that have really good followings, but they're known for those kind of games, and they're like experts at it, you know. I can actually drift in the base game. Roads are way too linear, short and narrow, so it ends up not being able to without the mod. How did I come up with my nickname? Mine? Or are you talking to Thick Veiny Sausage in chat? I don't think Sausage can answer that. How did I come up with my name? So I actually used to use a different name. So when I was streaming, I don't know, almost 12 years ago, 2010, I was streaming the early access for, not early access, but beta for StarCraft 2. And yeah, I'm gonna go get rid of this. I used a different name, but that name had my last name in it, so I needed to change my name. I was like, you know what? I don't want to just stream StarCraft 2. I want to stream all kinds of things. I want to stream I want to be a variety streamer. And so my wife and I brainstormed names, and this is what we came up with. So this is before Adam Ruins Everything. Stupid show. Stupid show. So many people come into chat like, Adam versus everything. Is that like Adam Ruins Everything? Is that where you got your name? No. I existed first. He stole my name. My last name is Everything, yeah. Paradox streamers seem to be dedicated. Play it safe. Adam did ruin everything, including my stream. What a jerk. I have a Michael Bolton. Oh God. First up variety stream. Thanks. Yeah. Let's just have him get repulsed. I mean, he has block, unfortunately, but oh well. How much can a repulse possibly do, right? He actually rolled pretty high. Joke's on you. He's got the Rito. Ding, 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 ding. See if that actually worked out. Die. Excellent. I can't believe that worked out. Hey, there's the 12% crit trinket I was talking about earlier. No Deacon. No Deacon. This team is not good at Deacon. 20% max HP, 20% extra damage Deacon. This is fine. Ah, crap. Oh, we resisted. Nice. Very nice. We need to pop those. So let's go ahead and do this. So we're gonna use magnesium. Wow, I actually hit all of those. Even got through the 75% dodge token. Look at us. It's worship time. Ugh.
Anxiety foments insidious.
Blind was just a
fears.
suggestion. I gotta get the cherub. Someone was asking why I usually target cherubs first in this fight on YouTube, and in case anyone's wondering here as well, the cherubs can heal the other enemies, so that's typically why I do it. He's gonna end up being dazed. We're gonna end up doing Burning Star there, so I guess that doesn't matter. We can start getting through these, I suppose. Or I can go ahead and give them Fire Starter. I don't know. Worship skills, basically have to kill them first. Yeah, they heal, I think on average, it seems like about 13 per heal, which is pretty big, especially on the Deacon when he's taking 50% less damage a lot of times. He does have a blind.
A little help impeccably timed.
Blind chance to be higher or lower
Anxiety
on the Man-at-Arms.
foments insidious fears.
Which move blinds on the Man-at-Arms? I don't remember a move that blinds the Man-at-Arms. We gotta heal here, unfortunately. Oh, finally. I gotta blind this, speaking of blind. It's more likely to blind here, though. Yeah, alright. Well. We're in for some trouble. Oh, she got an extra roll. Very nice. Because he's missing one eye. Is that why? Thought you went an actual blind move, yeah. mean, I don't know. The cauterize right there doesn't really matter if he ends up exulting her to death, but... Oh, it's so nice that that missed. So nice. Okay, Cherub is dead. We still got an Exult coming. Two worship tokens on him. I think I'm gonna try to get another blind stack. Okay, good. Oh, made it through the dodge. So. And Exalt hit still.
On that terrible precipice.
%75% dodge token. I guess we need to heal. Names with full release. For which? Names for which? Don't want to waste Burning Star on that.
A little help, impeccably timed.
Miss there. Alright. Oh, just for the enemies in general.
Lethality writ large.
A lot of them are pretty basic names, yeah.
A slow dissection. An unavoidable end.
Ow. Sunder is crazy. It's blind, hopefully. Nope. I really wonder if doing the blind there is even worth it, because he has 40 debuff resist. Obviously, it's a higher chance that we blind not, but practice it. Never feels like it works out that way. Yeah, resisted it again, so.
Once again, teetering on that terrible precipice. Dragged back from the brink.
I think this team would work really well too with a Man-at-Arms. In fact, putting the Man-at-Arms to the Jester could be pretty decent, because then you could use Indiscriminate Science on the Man-at-Arms. Man-at-Arms could do riposte tanking from the front. You could use Firestarter from 3, and then you could use the AoE bleed and fire from the Occultist at 2. So that one might work pretty well too. It'd be less scary in situations like this, at least. Has its own problems though. Not as consistent healing and stuff, or consistent stress heal, I should say. I think that one would be good too. Man-at-Arms is really, really good in general though. I think he or Jester now in every team improves it 100%. I would imagine that Firestarter triggers on Riposte. It triggers on everything else, so I wouldn't see why it wasn't, or why it wouldn't. You say yes, it does. Thank you. Maynard is an amazing team. Yeah, I really think so. If we were just trying to maximize this team for
Fight through the fatigue.
guaranteed success, I think that would be the way to go. Then indiscriminate science could really do some work too.
An impressive
Firestarter Bellow
Put it to good
sounds
use.
pretty good as well. So you could even put him in place of the Occultist. Obviously lower damage output, but safer. Alright. Sorry, Flapjacks. Looks like we won't be needing you. We're almost at the end anyway. Oh man, I forgot we did the sluices, right? So we got another road before the mountain, I think? I'm supposed to be off here right now for dinner. This next road we're gonna have to try to fly through somehow. I don't know. I'm gonna do that. All these cart sections and relationship barks. That alone adds a lot of time to it. Why is pepperoni on your pizza burned at the edges? That's a good question. Thank you for the question. Negative leagues? Yeah, that pops up sometimes. I was going kidding. I'd say I will answer every question.
The fire is lit. The table is set. The inn awaits
The
its
runs.
favorite
Combat
guest.
start 2 weakened tokens on Fatty. And if blight, so germaphobe, they're gonna have 25% chance of getting stressed. Bad pickups. The grease swine.
The Wainwright awaits, eager to fly his trades.
Praise the sun.
Scorp Beast. Thank you for the Twitch Prime. Thank you for using that here. Very much appreciated. Thank you, Scorp Beast. Gonna trade out our Flapjacks
Reconfigure.
for scouting.
Meet each challenge on its own terms.
Does this head exist as an item that means that the heroes first one are actually dead? We don't know. Yeah, we don't know. When they added the heads into that game, I doubt they maybe didn't intend for a Dark Dungeon 2 at all, or at the very least not one like this at that point. So who knows? We know that Dark Dungeon 1 is a loop in and of itself as far as story and game, so that's why they're in that. But this game definitely continues past that loop, so maybe there's an end to that loop and now we're in a new one. But yeah, I don't know. I'm tempted to take that one, but see if we can get some more of those extra action trinkets. They're pretty rare, but how much inventory space do we have? 25. Yeah, I might do it.
Bolt it on and be off. The mountain will not be denied. Learn what can
6.
be taught, that you may stand just a little
That's where
taller at
people
the end.
death loop got through. Hey, look at this. Look at this. Hey, a reward of no icon. Yes. We'll probably go back. I don't know. The Tangle is not great for us because we don't have a answer to the drummer of this team very much. But I don't want to get diseases, so we'll probably go to the Tangle again.
Spend what you can.
Oh, there's one of the
Wealth
extra
no
action
longer
trinkets.
has meaning.
Gain 1 hit, 33% chance at extra
Indeed
action.
It ever did.
I'll take that. That was so good on the Man-at-Arms. It was absolutely nuts. Just gonna take it. Not as good on this team, but still good. All right, so let's use our in items and we'll go from there. Finally.
While the heart still beats, desire will never die.
Oh, they got a negative relationship from that. Definitely not what I want. All right, we'll use that. I don't know if you've been running of this yet. I don't think so. Let's go ahead and up Battlefield Medicine. Let's use Faded Black a lot still. The upgrade for that base, I mean, it adds only one more fire per enemy, but could end up being significant in the long run. Blinding doesn't really help us that much here. Upgrading it anyway. Could upgrade Ounce, but don't really need it for this next path. Feels like Plague Grenade for Drummer be a good idea in here. Hidden patch notes to the upcoming chapters? No, I have not. I didn't know those were out. Also have a meltdown at the end. I've never seen one. Yeah. I would guess so though if you hit 10. Yeah, but I've never seen one because there are things that can give stress, huh? I'll upgrade Plague Grenade. Gotta make sure I sub that in. Searing Strike. Yeah. Searing Strike, Cauterize. Razor's Wit. I could even use Sacrificial Stab to gain power tokens instead now. So we have much more reliable ways to add combos. All right, let's make sure I switch that move out. I think I'm gonna switch Cause of Death out for right now. We'll put it back for some fights, but not for this. Okay, who do I want this on? Probably a Occultist. And we'll probably end up throwing some of these down. I don't think the crit one helps that much. All right.
A regrettably necessary acquisition.
That'll do it. On we go. I'm gonna switch that actually. Okay.
The provinces
Back to the
and
Tangle.
cantribs of our land.
We don't care about the bonus here at all, so
And undone.
just go wherever's best for us. We got the extra action trinket. We have a healing extra action trinket on the fire starter and a incoming damage trinket on the occultist. I'm wondering if the occultist taking damage from his own self-immolate counts as a hit and can proc it, but I'm not sure, so I want to test that out. Does anyone know for sure if dots count as hits? Because if so, then we'll have a means to proc it routinely on him, but find out soon either way if no one knows. Look at that. Watchtower right off the bat, it's really nice.
The value of such a view is matched only by its
Lots of scouting.
unsettling awfulness.
Oh look, there's 2 free mastery points right there. Easy decision. De-stresses us. We're gonna have to do 2 road battles. We can also, now that this is we're in our last road, we can actually have the elite Arbalist spawn. Elite Arbalist is no joke, especially combined with Drummer.
What they once were.
It's the Woodsman. Shuffled. Beginning start ship on new accounts. Buy the game, get to support you. Yeah, I'll think about it. It's kind of crappy how they screwed me over, but I like to have it, obviously. I'm gonna go ahead and give an extra action to Runaway, so hopefully we can blind here. Yeah, I'll think about setting up a new one for that. Turns out it was a good thing for me to do. Yeah, they did me dirty, alright. Everyone that didn't hear, Epic Game Store removed me from their partner program. But not just removed me from it, also barred me from ever rejoining it on my main account because I didn't make enough money for them last year. It's like, you didn't make $100 through the Epic Store program last year, so you are no longer in the program and barred from ever joining it. So I contacted their support and I was like, is there anything I can do? Like, get back into this or anything? Like, no, you can just make a new account. I was like, what kind of crap is that? Make a new account. If I can just make a new account to go around it, why can't you just let my current account reapply? Sorry, that's not how it works. So, pretty dumb. So I missed out on a bunch of monies on release day, unfortunately, but not very epic about them at all. No, it was. Right. At least the urchin's dead before you can do anything else. Try and blind again. We have the rounds. Oh. Guess we won't. And that's just the rules of the program in general, yeah. It's not just for me. It's listed on their website that if you don't sell $100 worth a year, they not only remove you from the program, but bar you from ever rejoining it. Yeah, I don't understand either. Is it revenue? What exactly does it cost them to just keep me in the I was already in it. Why not just, yeah, I don't know. It makes no sense to me. I'm gonna go ahead and use one of these so that we don't get to 4 on the path here. Very short-sighted, yeah. Yeah, it's really weird. All around, it's weird.
Amidst the spoils, An artifact of
I don't really like combat start
unparalleled
trinkets.
power.
They seem pretty weak at the moment. Like, you only, so we get 1 dodge plus token for the entire fight. Whoop-de-doo. Get rid of that. Most of them seem underwhelming. Things that are like per round or chance per round feel better overall, but combat start ones are like, meh. Guess he'll never make us enough money then. Yeah. Doesn't matter who we pick. That's why some weird ULA thing, yeah. I don't know. Oh well, I guess. Combat start can be nice just for the 5-turn fights. Yeah, but even that, it just feels like after round 1, it's just kind of a wasted slot, you know? Feels like almost anything else in that slot that's helping you throughout, like even just raw crit or raw damage would be better. All right, so Bishop Drummer, we have to kill Bishop first or else it's gonna resurrect. And Drummer second. We might not make it through all these. I learned my lesson. Give me as money. I wish they would think of me as money, then they put me back in. I'm not even doing that. You got the extra action. Missing an entire trinket slot? Yeah. So that's another good point. The dodge went even worse because of that. Our runs with no Plague Doctor ridiculously hard? I don't think so. Our last run was no Plague Doctor. I actually don't think the Plague Doctor is required anymore at all. I usually don't take the Plague Doctor now. I usually take the Occultist for the heals. And Ounce of Prevention being super nerfed. What's that? Cookie. Oh no. Yeah, Ounce of Prevention is a worse stress heal now than the Jesters, than the Man-at-Arms, so chat wants cookie. Homemade cookie. Homemade Snickers cookie. Alright, we're gonna try to bypass this. There we go. So now I will be able to play Grenade twice here.
Slow dissection. An unavoidable end.
Slay the wounded. Yep. That's what it does. Alright, that one's dead. He's blinded though. Nice. Make sure they don't get to 4. Yeah, I would say most of my runs now don't use the Plague Doctor. Plague Doctor's one of the few characters who enjoy being in a rank 4 though, yeah. My most recent run up on YouTube, if you want to check it out, doesn't use Jester or Plague Doctor in it. And that's on the new patch as well.
Excellent work.
Yeah, it sucks that he gets to put on another Slay the Wounded before he dies of Blight, because that doesn't count as an action. He just gets a free one, a freebie at the beginning.
This wound, at least, has been tended to.
So I can get his second power charge. Just have her do a cauterize, I think.
This wound, at least, has been tended to.
Was hoping they would come in for an extra hit. That's my big wish too. I've been saying this since the very beginning. I really want another backline character, especially a backline physical damage dealer. I think the Arbalist, Musketeer, or Houndmaster would be absolutely perfect. Love to see one of those added in. Looks like odds are the Bounty Hunter is going to be next.
An inkling of potency still lingers in some of these well-worn relics.
Alright, on we go. 3D doggo would be nice, yeah. That's what I want to see. Alright, we're getting all kinds of mastery points this time. The most mastery points I've ever made it to an inn with is 9. I don't think that was with a bonus either. We got really lucky though.
Onward, while there is still time.
Let's take the middle. You got 11 once? Yeah, that's crazy.
They stand guard even
I
now,
usually seem to get 5 to 7.
deathless and dreaming.
There's the elite Arbalist. Think everyone could be successful with no upgrades? I don't know. Come on, baby carrots. I'm doing all right. That'd be really tough. For sure. Especially the final boss. Oh, the bishop resisted. That feels bad. I was really considering pulling it forward, but I'm not sure if you can buff it with volley or not. Here we go. I don't think I've seen him buff it with volley. The taunt. Bishop just resisting everything. Oh, guaranteed crit on the next hit. Okay. Dodge token gone for nothing. Very nice. Just some free damage there.
A breakthrough.
Finally one of those landed. Yes, he can buff it with volley. I wasn't sure. Oh, that feels bad. Hopefully we blind it. Or, you know, just kill it. That works too. Even better, probably. It's not part of the regular one from afar. Yeah. Yeah. They are very, very similar. Are they burn resistant? No. Not like super burn resist. Nope. 20, 20, 20, 10. I was saying that too because most of them are in armor and it's raiding. So they have like wet wood and stuff. You'd think they were, but no. That's a lot of damage. This one has death blow resist. Need to roll a 5. They have all the Darkest Dungeon, or did they say till? I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if it was in part of it. I know on initial release it wasn't the full game. I don't know if they had the Darkest Dungeons in or not. T-pose runaway dodge. I don't know that I noticed it. No. I'll have to keep an eye out. Just replace the leper. We'd like to get another heal in, so. Oh, he's not low enough.
Amidst the spoils,
The 4 Darkest Dungeons weren't
unparalleled
on there until
power.
release. 15% debuff resist. I like that trinket on the leper. Here I'm not really too bothered by it. Or concerned with it. Using it, I should say. Alright, on we go. Hey, finally!
Aspiration unites the hopeful.
Remember back when Sam hated everyone? Everyone hated Sam? I remember. I remember.
The Wainwright awaits, eager to ply his trade.
Pepperidge Farm remembers. On we go. First early access version of Dark Dungeon only had ruins, or at most ruins, worn and wheeled. Cove was later. I know they added quite a few characters along the way too, and as they got to different Kickstarter goals. If I remember right, Houndmaster and Man at Arms are both Kickstarter goals, right? Stretch goals. Even though it's a waste of time, you like the ride of the carriage. It's very atmospheric. I think it should be shortened a little bit, but.
The Wainwright awaits, eager to ply his trade.
I wouldn't mind it being shortened a little bit. All right, we need to get rid of some of this loathing, guys. Sorry, I'm going after the loathing. You guys gotta suck it up. Will I be wearing a mask in story day? No. Are you looking forward to a new story game start, Pineapple? Teleporting caravans mod. I would absolutely play a version that was like more like Slay the Spire. Double Arbalist, one elite, one non. Absolutely. You look forward to it. Oh, we resisted whatever that was. Sick of having to Google YouTube for gameplay throughs. I'll take that as a compliment.
A breakthrough.
All right, we got blinds in the back 3, so they each have a 50% chance to miss. Yep, starting up Dishonored 1. Yep, we tried it like a year ago, but then I had to take a month off stream, unfortunately. I only ended up playing it for like 4 hours, so I don't remember anything. So we're gonna start up Dishonored, blind Dishonored playthrough on a Wednesday. I'm gonna wait on that. The resist. It's bad.
A slow
It's bad.
dissection.
Wait for so long. Yeah, it's been a long time.
End.
I think last time was last August or something like that. Maybe last September. For an extra action here. Just take like a month. Do it once a week. Does that game have difficulty levels? I don't remember. How late am I going? Until this run's done. I don't know how much longer the run will have. Depends on how many fights and stuff. I'm thinking it'll probably last about an hour more. We ended up doing an extra road part of it, so it's lasting a little bit longer than I intended for it to. That one's dead. That one has death low resist because it's the elite. It does have difficulty levels, thank you. If I'm making it, then I guess so, yeah. I don't like that they're all going back to back to back. So far they're splitting up their damage though, which is nice. I need to be on the lookout for some caltrips for other AoE attack items.
Messy, but effective.
We will overcome our demons, he says. Die. Thank you. I was gonna get one more shot off or something before we went.
The Wingwright awaits, eager to ply his
You will
trade.
join us or die, Master.
Tet. Thank you for the gift sub, Tet. To Hytala. We gotta gift sub to Hytala before he get a resub. Thank you, Tet. 43 months. I was in here forever. Forever. So have you, Tet. Thank you. That is a long, long time. I think I'm gonna get rid of that. And that one. I already answered my wife. I already answered her question. Yeah, you missed it. Answer your wife. I said yes if I'm making it.
Vacant and resigned. The lost battalion shambles on.
All right, here we go. Double. Oh man, 33% extra HP. Double Arbal, excluding an elite one. And the Knights. Go for blind here. Oh, I mean, blind is probably what I'd have done anyway, but I also don't want to eat up their vulnerable. Maybe I should shuffle them. You were subbing Hytala and missed it? Yeah, thank you for that. Interesting they don't always shoot the mark target. Kind of weird, honestly.
A breakthrough.
I'm not complaining though. We're probably going to do Burning Star, work on getting rid of the back. So I think I'm going to give his extra... We'll have her self-heal. Could have her self-heal and blind. Then both of the back is to attack. I mean, either way, we're not going to kill the back, so... Alright, let's do that. It's on us to figure out what impact difficulty settings actually has. Yeah. That would be good to do. Alright. 18 to 27. We can probably kill this one, though. Because it doesn't have Deathblow resist. Yeah, let's just try to take one out. Go top it again. Okay. I feel like we should probably just heal. Be on the safer side. My dear, my love. Free stress. Resist again. And I'm really thinking about stopping and trying to do her blind on him because he's got 40 resist. It feels really bad because it doesn't do any other impact if she misses that. Unlike Jester, his is actually doing some damage. He's moving back. Hers is just completely wasted if it doesn't land. What's this quote? Which one? 29, 28? This is like if Rakes was streaming and he had a drawer full of beans and started eating a handful of beans. I don't know. That's quote so old. No idea.
A breakthrough.
Piercing Bolt. Looks like it must ignore block, yeah. Really hoping to put it at Death's Door.
Join us or die, Master.
Tet, thank you for giving sub to Juicy Butts for their second month, by the way. Juicy Butts apparently a regular here. I know what I just said, but I'm still gonna go try to blind this. You had to do that gift sub to Juicy Butts. Juicy Butts. Thank you, Tet. I think Juicy Butts might have a founder's badge. Yeah, right. And I probably shouldn't do this. What's going on, Juicy Butts? Welcome back to the sub club. Got that proc there. That was nice.
A
Yeah, let's
little
not
help,
risk it.
impeccably timed.
Which glitch are you talking about?
The smallest variable can make all the difference.
It'd be nice if the lowering Deathblow resist thing worked how it did in PvP in the first game, where if you have enough minus Deathblow on your skill, it can actually kill them as soon as you hit them to death's door. That would be really nice. That would help out the Hyman and the Grave Robber with those skills as well. Still gonna turn one. It's an easy choice. Hero takes death blow check right before their action, and they have a dot bleed tick, but it won't proc another check. Might give his action up. Nah, that's good. See if I regret that decision. I do not, because he missed.
An inkling of potency still lingers in some of
Oh my
these
god, we got another
well-worn relics.
gain one hit. God, I wish I could put those to the same person. Soken would have... Move would be worth it.
The loathing whispers.
In the current state? I don't know. Maybe if you put that on, like, one of the moves where the upgrade isn't very good right now. Like, the upgrade is just a stat boost. So if you put something like that on, like, the Hellion, on Wicked Hack or something like that, that could be good. The upgrade has a chance to apply a minus death blow resist token or something. Then it would feel like the upgrade maybe was a little bit better. But overall, I don't think it would be super impactful. Really wish I could stack those. Consume, yeah, I've seen that. Yeah, there's a couple of classes where their upgrades don't feel like it feels like upgrades from Darkest Dungeon 1 where it's just a stat increase and nothing else. Sorry, I need to go get the loathing down. The Hellion's the main one that comes to mind. With her, like Wicked Hack and Iron Swan are both just basically extra damage. Not too interesting masteries on those moves. We just lost some friendship between those two before we get to this battle. I have the ability to go to a hospital before the end, which you probably should do. Pull a breakthrough. Oh yeah, breakthrough. I remember when I did the quad comps in the first game, and I was really surprised how well quad Hellion did. Four Hellions with speed trinkets, like quick draw charm, actually just destroyed most everything. Just breakthrough spam, kill the first three, and then there was one left, and whatever damage it did usually accumulated. But aside from that, I was actually really surprised.
You will join us or die.
How well it did.
Master.
Doy, thank you for the gift sub to Thick Veiny Sausage. Thank you, Doy. Very much appreciated. Friendship. Doy. Alceo, assuming what you think of Darkest 2. I have not made one yet. A lot of you have asked me. I probably should now that I have so many hours in it now. But I do not have one of those yet. We're just going to try to go all out and kill this. So it can't res. Yeah, thank you, Doy.
slow dissection.
All right, so it's dead.
An unavoidable end.
Here comes Folly, though. Enjoying as much Darkest Dungeon 1. I like the combat in this game better than Darkest Dungeon 1. So, I mean, it's really hard to tell. We only have one chapter of 5, so that's one reason why I was thinking about waiting to make one of those type of videos, is because, I mean, it's kind of crazy that I've spent like 100 hours on chapter 1, so obviously I really enjoy the game, but yeah, volley damage is crazy, especially because it leaves the bleed up on everyone too. Get the extra action, which is really nice. Man, I think I should have taken that. Grab the second combo. Could have used that for Blazing Star to finish off the drummer this round. I mean, might still get it. Depends. What makes the combat more enjoyable? I think the combat in this is more strategic. I think the combat, the strategy behind the combat happens in combat, not outside of it. So what I mean by that, in Darkest Dungeon, most of the combat is decided. You grab your team comp, you get your trinkets, and then you just know what you're going to use. And you use pretty much the same thing. Not really thinking about very much. Like, fights are short. You can burst through everything. Are we going to be able to kill this before it goes? Maybe. But in this one, there's the token system. The token system itself, I think, adds more strategy to it because there's so many different... Look at all these tokens. So there's all these different tokens that have different interactions with moves and different characters and combo off one another. And there's skills that require certain combos or require there to not be combos to work correctly. And so with all this different stuff, I just feel like there's more there to think about and more teams and combinations of skills that work out than in the first game overall. More random? I don't think it's random. I think also because the combat's longer, that you get to play through those kind of things more and use combos of skills. Like a good example is in the first Darkest Dungeon. Man, I really want to hit this. I want to give them an extra action. The first Darkest Dungeon, Mark's teams outside of PvP were very, very slow. Mark's teams had their places on just a couple of things where it actually ended up being maybe as good or better or whatever. But for the most part, Mark's teams were just too slow for normal fights. We don't run into that stuff in here very much, so. All right, so we got an extra action. Question is, should I use it to heal? They're effectively at 15 health. We know they can crit for about 14. They're at 11. Yeah, I think I'm gonna do it. Yeah, that's another thing, like, you can't just brute force with stuns in this. You can't just stack dodge in this. So the first Darkest Dungeon, you guys know that watching me do all these crazy challenges, a lot of times what it amounted to was, let's see if we survive until like max dodge. You get to max dodge, you won. That's it. Like, it's so hard for you to lose if you can get everyone to like 75% plus dodge in that game. It really, really is.
A slow dissection.
You can't do that stuff in this. For better or worse, you can't do it.
End.
Yeah, you basically just, in the first Darkest Dungeon, you just kill everything that's dangerous in round one, even in champion dungeons with the right team. Some crit's nice. Another thing I do like a lot better in this one is, for the most part, when you use a mastery on moves, it actually changes a little bit of the move, right? It makes it better in a more interesting way than just stat increase. There's not a lot of people that are upset that you don't get to level up moves, but honestly, aside from the AoE skill of the shield breaker in the first game gaining blight on level up, most of the moves in the first Darkest dungeon
Extinguished at last.
were just stat increase. That's it. Just nothing else. Just stat increase. The difference between one level to the next or level 1 to max level, just stat increase. Same thing with armor. People are like really upset you can't upgrade armor or weapons anymore. But armor and weapon upgrades in that game, again, literally just a flat stat increase. Nothing else. So it wasn't very interesting. So I was worried about them cutting it. I mentioned that early on. I honestly don't miss those at all.
Myriad options require careful deliberation. We must keep
This team would be really good against the general, but I don't know if I should do it or not. I was supposed to be off here an hour and a half ago, so I think going through the bottom of the layer might be not great. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to. I gotta hurry on to the mountain. My wife might kill me. I would love to see the shield breaker, yeah. I really liked her. They were resource sinks as well, yep. That's another interesting thing that it's weird. Like, I love Darkest Dungeon 1. Obviously, I wouldn't have streamed it for over 2,500 hours if not. But there's been a lot of people talking about how repetitive this game is. They're like, oh my god, it's so repetitive. Darkest Dungeon 1 was absolutely repetitive. It's super repetitive. I mean, you killed all the bosses, the main bosses, 3 times each. 3 times each. You go to the same 4 zones over and over in that game as well. So yes, this game is repetitive, but so is the first one. So I don't get that either. Where so I go with this.
an impressive haul.
That's right.
Put it to good
Skills,
use.
trinkets, camping. Sing the song. Trying to save a lot of these inn things. Could throw down some baubles. I keep like 70 just in case. 70 baubles. Gain resources for helping them? Yeah. Yep. You all 3 want to go to the Hoarder? That means we don't get to go to the hospital.
Will not be denied.
An extra, actually 1 less fight. Do we need to go to the hospital? That could really be a problem on the final boss. All right, we'll go to the Hoarder. Need to buy some caltrips anyway. Make more language teams for interesting. In the first game though. Yeah, there's definitely some things in the first game I like better. But there's a lot that I like in this game too. And I feel that it's good that they're different games. The thing is, if they had just played it safe and made a Darkest Dungeon 2.0, this combat, these graphics, but pretty much the exact same kind of play, people would have complained about that, but I would have liked that just as, or a lot as well, you know?
As though he is in 2 places at once.
Well, they don't have what I wanted. Oh my god, a third reverberating redoubt. Yeah, I don't know. I might save it. Third Dark Dungeon might be going up a ladder. No, it's going to be a first-person shooter. Yeah, he made out of the hamlet like a bandit. It's kind of tempting to take that. Literally an extra action trinket on every character. Trinkets are the locks. Works pretty well. Yeah, they are really, really good. I'm gonna save the rest. Hopefully we get some better options for like caltrops and stuff coming up. The caretaker.
This is no place for decent folk.
You know what? I would really like actually. I highly doubt they'll do the whole turn-based combat thing. If Darkest Dungeon 3 was like a top-down isometric,
She searches the dying for the keys.
like ARPG, that'd be pretty awesome. Snoop, can't use the Twitch Prime here. Thank you, Snoop. Much appreciated. Much love to Snoop. Calcium is a tier 1. Thank you for the support. I think like a XCOM kind of game would be pretty awesome as well. Or like a Final Fantasy Tactics type game. The game is late early access. Kind of enjoying the new style of play. Curious to see what else they do. Yeah, me too, yeah. Might actually use that here. But we should wait. I guess I should have waited. He already had Firestarter. I don't know what I was thinking. Oh, whoops. Look at all those dodge tokens. Ugh. Ew, dodge tokens. I'm gonna go ahead and give his other action, or give an extra action, I should say, over to the... Nope. Just kidding. I'm gonna use the item to reset it, but I'm not going to. Version 2 out, early access is out. It's been out for almost 3 weeks.
Your steadfast loyalty is greatly appreciated.
2.5 weeks, something like that. Wonder what 2 games you can think of? Wasteland. Let's, I guess, get rid of those tokens. It's gonna hurt though. Prime. Thank you for the 10 ones, Prime. Prime, thank you for the Prime. Appreciate the Prime. Count the same as a tier 1. Yeah, the models are 3D in this yet. Minesweeper in this art style, and you play the heck out of it still. Yeah. They shuffle, they do, like Street Fighter characters.
A breakthrough. A slow dissection.
That'd be nice.
An unavoidable end.
Animations are really awesome, man. Love the animations of the game. Wish I could spam invigorating vapors. I miss it. Nice. Oh, she rolled the heal. Super good. Wow, we made it through that. So they're dead. They're dead.
A slow dissection. An unavoidable end.
Still guarded. They're already dead, so. Let's just give her an encore again. Phoenix, you traitor, you're an antiquarian? That was a lot of dot damage there. Full health, dead. He's not gonna be protecting you for very long. Hate to break it to you. Antiquarian? Yeah, she's an enemy now, yep. She's out here looking for loot. She got all she needed out of the hamlet, apparently. Subscribe because you've been watching and enjoying the RimWorld playthroughs on YouTube. That's awesome. Thank you, Snoop. Came to support. Which of the playthroughs did you find first on YouTube? Out of curiosity, if you don't mind me asking. Always curious how people find what. Yeah, thank you. It helps out tremendously, obviously. We should invite her. I wish I could. The Sigma Antiquarian.
Amidst the
Nair head grind set.
an artifact of unparalleled power.
If relics greater than or equal to 35, fly on hit, 25% chance of a daze. It's not. There's another antiquarian trinket that's better than that one, I think. No spoils unless they were klepto.
Look upon
It's gone
my
elsewhere.
noble
Screw this.
struggle and be humbled by it. In this world,
Playthroughs cause the
wealth
playthrough
is
and episode
worthless
number
without
in the
purpose.
description. Nice. Do you remember which one it was, Trisha?
Your coach is
Which
laden.
series, I should say.
You can carry no more.
Laden with loot. It's a while ago. Oh yeah, no worries. I was just curious. We're almost to the mountain. Excise the demons, annihilate them, exterminate. Exterminate. Transhumanist, you think? Got probably watching Ideology Arco Nexus window. Gotcha. All right, this is the last fight before the mountain. We might actually not take this full one, not only because I need to wrap things up. I don't know. It depends on what the rewards are. We don't have like the best trinkets, but also don't want to gain like a ton of stress and or diseases. Because one of the problems with the mountain at the moment, I guess you could call it a problem, is the fact that if you get any diseases off this last battle here or anything, there's no other opportunity. I mean, depending on what the inn rolls and what inn items, but as far as like a hospital, there are no more hospitals. So whatever you get here, you just have it for the rest of it. So for instance, if we had her crit to death's door and she got Shattered Will and we go into the last boss with Shattered Will, we're gonna have a bad time. So crash to a holiday show. All right, we're gonna try to blind the Arbalist. Got them both. And it hit anyway. Big damage. Dots, more dots. And without Death Lurges, this dot team would be even more ridiculous than it already is. Magnesium Rain, not quite as big of a hit as Purple Rain. Fire starter combo. Yeah, it works with, well, any kind of move, but it's really good with AoE.
Easy.
Ouch.
Just always crit and always dodge.
Sorry, Wayne, we're failing the instructions. I think Crusader's gonna be one of the final bosses. Yeah, that's what a lot of people think. Yeah. Let's go on Tomb, welcome in. Yeah. How many more of these do we have? 2. Try that again. We unlock him that way. It'd be kind of weird though, fighting the final boss with the final boss on your team. Maybe, yeah, who knows? Red Hook, I guess, but they're not telling yet. Oh wait, I was gonna heal with that extra turn.
Make all the difference.
All right, it's all right though. You can heal yourself, right? It's gonna be massive as well. 20 top end heal. I don't even care about the bleed. Get through the dodge. All right, let's see if we want to do another one or not.
Cleared with impunity.
Got couch with that. Let's do round 2, and then we'll be able to see what the rewards for round 3 are and see if they're actually worth the risk before the mountain. Raynald, you wouldn't get a Crusader named Raynald. I have to rename the Crusader though. That'd be weird as well. Yeah, who knows? Whatever they decide to do, I'm looking forward to it. Resistance to the blind. Resistance to the blight. Evil Raynald. Missed there at least. Oh, the tiny map one? That was your first one? That's pretty cool. It's one of my favorite playthroughs of all time. We do do one of those. That was your very first. Thank you for looking, man. Post is up. Don't have man at arms or anything to get rid of that, so. Nah, we'll be fine. Ow, my face. Dodge that one at least. A little overkill. I probably should use the one that left the bleed on, but whatever. tactical bleed.
Persistence will overcome even the greatest of threats.
Yeah, it's not worth it. I would normally just do the last fight for an extra mastery, but I feel like we already have all the mastery points we need for the final boss as well. So it was all risk for no real reward. Like I said, if we get exalted to Death's Door and get Shattered Will, which is a really bad negative quirk, you seem to get pretty often when you hit Death's Door. In the heart, or excuse me, the brain, it's gonna be much, much harder. So, well. It's going really well though. We could have taken it. We might have to face double Deacon coming up anyway. Bandage. Here we are in the final inn. Preparation before the last boss. I don't even know how many points we got this time. There. Oh no.
Rest now for a time.
Holy crap, what is going on here? There's the Vestal secret. Realist, bad to pick up right before the end. Misses the mark. 10% chance to be blinded. Holy crap. The Vestal secret just completely... the yips, 50% chance at blind on Sam at the start of round. There's no hospital in the mountains, so -8 leagues to the end. See if we can get rid of the yips here. Nope. You can cure disease and remove negative quirks at a hospital on the side of the road. On the normal roads, there's not one on the way to the mountain, unfortunately.
The means
We only got 2. This might be the least I've ever gotten at this stage. All right, so we're mainly going to use Fire Starter and Searing Strike, the last boss, so that's all right. Definitely going to use the Bleed, offering the heal. They're pretty set as well. Could try a backdraft. Yeah, that's true. Could take magnesium just for the extra little bit of oomph on that at the end. Cause of death. Cause of death does incredible damage to those stacks. This is 100% instead of 75. That might be a good one for us to upgrade. I'm actually wondering if this would be okay too, because of the heal over time and her ability to, or her trinket that gives her extra actions on heal. If she ends up being one of the last ones left alive. I'm so squishy for heals. Oh god. I think I'm gonna try this out. It might not even come into play, but oh well. Backdraft. Deals 75% of remaining fire damage to a target. So we take that one. Magnesium. It's not that much extra. Yeah, maybe I'll screw around with it. Place of ransack. Actually, we don't need cauterize. Well, actually, we kind of do because of the. It's only got 3 uses, but. Yeah, all right, we'll try it. We'll take it for the end. All right. So, let's see. Worst After last hatch, you did now Jester Plague Doctor feeling required for runs. I don't usually take the Plague Doctor. I don't think she's required at all. I think she's less required than she used to be, actually. Yeah, I usually don't take it. I took this one because of I'm running just a dot team. But yeah, stress is a lot harder to manage now since the last patch, and then the final boss is a lot harder. But I definitely don't think the Plague Doctor is required. I think having either Jester or Man-at-Arms isn't necessarily required, but you're hurting yourself a lot if you don't have one of those two. But those are the two most required ones, I feel, since the newest patch. Let's see. Chance to spawn block token each combat turn until the next inn. Negative. Negative. All right, let's see what the store has for us.
Spend what you can, or wealth no longer.
Man,
has
we didn't get
meaning.
any caltrips or anything.
If
Just the
indeed
one
it
or
ever
whatever.
did.
Feels bad. So we're gonna have way less damage output than we really should on this last one. We got one caltrips. Revelry being Raucous Revelry. Oh yeah, that's what I made a video. People were telling me you can't get to the final boss and beat it that easily without the Plague Doctor. And I was like, have you seen Raucous Revelry? And so I did a run with just Raucous Revelry as the only stress heal, pre-patch obviously, but yeah, it was incredibly good. I think most people didn't gripe about it because Hellion was an unlockable character, and so a lot of people were just using Ounce Prevention and got used to it and just kept using that to start with. And that really sucks that we only have that one caltrips. That team sounds fun. Yeah, it's been fun. Has been fun. So I need to buy like 2 more combat items, maybe. And I might as well do these. Not very good options this time. All right. Trinkets, we'll look at those again after we do the cultist fights. I don't think there was any that I really wanted here. I think so. No master, no inventory runs with old Revelry. Yeah. It was really, really good. Kind of missed it in a way. Bleeders this, we should put that on. All right, let's go. Village, like Sluice Fire, go up the mountain, run base game. Yep, it's a roguelite game. Yep, no Hamlet. I've ever lost to the brain. I lost to the brain one time right after the patch. Yep. So I've only ever lost to the brain once out of, I don't know, probably like 20 playthroughs or something. It was the one right after. Oh, look at the loathing. Crap. That's why I should have done that last one. Oh well. Anyway, it was immediately after the patch. Use brain all the time.
And dissolution.
No, don't have me stun resist. No. So we could absolutely lose the brain this time. Speaking of, we are not going in there with very good inventory. Oh boy. So Cardinal. I'm going to get rid of those
Perhaps.
dodge tokens. You are the rose, I am the thorn. Got the blind. Nope. Only combo. Oh, that was... Look, as soon as I unequip Ransack, it always happens. Always. Our Occultist got an extra action, which is really nice. There's the blind. It's restricted in what you can do. Nerfs into actions are automatic. Yeah, I can agree with that. Very nice.
This quickly.
Oh, the blind triggered. The yips, the yips. Nice miss.
Empowered, emboldened.
We got stars ready for the next round. Extra damage. Oh, okay. Thanks for that. We got shuffled, so I can't do anything about it. Pad cycle through the denials. 4 locks are live. That lie. Yeah, that does not happen yet. Oh, exaltation is coming. This really sucks. Can't believe that as soon as I remove Ransack, that happens. Now I can't use Burning Star from there.
A slow dissection. An unavoidable end.
Alright, they'll go to Death's Door now. Hopefully dead next. Yeah, it definitely doesn't alternate between them like it's supposed to. Probably should have just stabbed him there. Try to do the blinds. Okay, we got it. Hopefully it pans out. I'm bright, my friend. Oh, he's burning alright. He's on fire. And it hit. Right for her turn, too. Yeah, I'm just gonna remove them. We have other heals we can do here.
From caustic agony.
Oh, nice heal there. That'll do. I really wish you guys were in the opposite positions, but how much fire do you have left? 8? It's not in the front, so we can't use it, but should we go ahead and heal here? Yeah, we probably should. Alright. Has one blind on him already. So he's already gonna go to death's door, right? Yep. Just heal. Let's go on chaotic welcome in. There's only 2 up there right now, more to come though. Let's go ahead and get the other blinds. Hopefully. Got it. See what kind of damage he does from death's door. Oh, fantastic. It's so good that we do not want to stress out before he gets to the brain. Very nice. Guaranteed crit, not that it matters. Nice. That was a pretty good fight for us. Even though we got the crappy shuffler off the bat. So I'm gonna switch Ransack back in until we get to the boss. So probably worry about that crap anymore. For the passionate notes, once there are 2 left, they no longer have cooldowns on denial, but they never had those cooldowns to begin with. It's in my experience as well. We gotta make sure we up the torch in here. It's our last chance. Deacon fight. Deacon double cherub is really scary these days. Now the cherubs can heal, and exaltation is a thing. Yeah, I'm just gonna go for the blind, I think. Higher chance of killing an enemy on death's door? Not that I know of. We're gonna go ahead and give the Plague Doctor an extra action. The rending for the new gods. Resist. Feeble's fine. Better than blind.
The slow suffering
Hey look,
begins.
our first horror. It's different pre-patch, yeah. Fantastic. That feels really nice. All right. A little less worried. I mean, he can still screw us over, but not as. I mean, he can still crit for like 30 with just Sunder. Three. Let's get bled, I suppose. He has a melee reduction on right now. Glimmer of hope. Nice miss. Stress relief, please. All right, dodge is good too. Burning Star still deals decent damage, but yeah, I'll just do it. Nowhere near as much. It's all right. Get the blind, please show.
A slow dissection. An unavoidable end.
Okay, we got the blinds. You missed again? Oh crap. Who has it? Plague Doctor, yeah, thank you for the reminder. I read it and I was like, apparently I'll just ignore that. Close to winning? Yep. This is the last fight before the final boss. God, I hope he dies to those. Or to this, whichever. I wanted to use two of them. I completely forgot to use that. Russian.
The loathing whispers.
All right. Got ransack for backdraft. We got the heal and extra action on heal. We'll leave those as is. Got max health and action on hit. I could actually put him up to 86% death blow resistance instead, which is kind of tempting. I'm pretty sure he's going to be at Death Door. Some of this. Nah, I'm not going to do it. It'll be fine. Might lose because of it. It's better to be stronger and not get there. Yeah, for sure. But I mean, sometimes you can't not get there. It's different than in the first game where they were even more useless in the first game. All right, this is what we're gonna go with. So I'm gonna go ahead and throw down everything else for that loot, that hope, right? All right, let's do it. Skills, you definitely want Searing Strike, Cauterize, Fire Starter, Smoke Screen, Backdraft, that's all correct. Torch in the boss, resist when I hurt, yep. I even brought enough to get 15 higher torch and I just didn't use it. Blind Gas, Magnesium, We want to take cause of death here. There is a weird scenario that can happen where the Plague Doctor's the last one left alive. If we don't have Incision, she can't do anything, but hopefully it doesn't come down to that. Is that 3 Reverberating Redoubts? Yeah, and I left one on. I didn't buy another one. We had the option to buy a 4th one, yeah. All right, not really how I wanted to get here, but it's what we have to work with. So our torch is going to be under 80, unfortunately.
The Colliginous Cathedral.
Leave the heal for last. I'm not sure.
Crown.
With this group, yeah, I'm not sure. Does the Anamnesis thing, that one counts as a range attack, correct? I think so.
Pity
So
the
Pretentious,
great
welcome in.
denier, chained by its own command.
Now Breacher off the bat. That really sucks. Does count as melee? Thank you. We got the daze from that. Feels kind of bad. All right. My bad. I think we're going to go into this one first. No. Change the line. This really sucks. Nile of Reach first, really put it by us. And I said I should have taken Incision, and then, I mean, I can use Cause of Death. It's not going to do a lot of damage. I can use 7 instead of the eventual 9. But better than wasting a Battlefield Medicine. Although if we move back, then we can blind with the Jester. Oh, it sucks. It's the worst start to this fight we've ever had. So far. The blinds. Thanks, Pretentious. I'm glad you enjoyed the stream. I really thought about wearing those 2 trinkets on him too, and I just didn't do it. We did get the extra though, which is nice. Right, bleed, blight, and burn the chains made of iron. There's Denial of Fortitude. It's probably gonna be the one we kill second. I'm not sure. They're just iron-colored flesh. Crap. I don't know why I did that. That's the one with the 40 resist. Oh well. All right, we got fire starter going. Just gonna do firebomb. $2027. Let's just keep pushing. Jingling, jangling in your brain. No, you don't sound. That's right. All right, here we go. Couple resists.
A slow dissection.
There's some big
An
damage.
unavoidable end.
56. We could basically already kill it. I'm not going to though. It's big damage. Oh my god, I'm thinking about chaotic offering again. Screw it. Oh, we got the taunt token. Oh, that's not. Oh, could miss. Not exactly the token I was looking for. Hey, 2 actions. Look at us. This is the blinds.
The slow suffering
I
begins.
tried to blind there instead of oh man, that sucks. Instead of doing stress relief, but not work out. Is backdraft melee or ranged? Sounds like a ranged attack, but you never can tell, and they don't show you in these. I'll just go ahead and heal this round. Looks like it's ranged. All right, what kind of damage are we looking at here? 50 damage. That seems good. $50 non-crit. Nuts. That's nuts. Doesn't have a 1-round cooldown, huh? That one's already dead. Let's just kill this one.
Messy.
It doesn't even remove the burn, which is crazy. I think they might end up changing that. 12 to 18. Could try to blind that one. It's got 40 though. Okay. Like, isn't this the only place to really do that? And this is probably the best, yeah. Good run, also killed General. Only boss hadn't faced yet. Pretty happy. Awesome. Congrats. Congrats. I got his 2 tokens back up. Almost dead. Okay, that one's dead. Final lock. No death doors yet. Yet.
Stumbling and stupefied.
Only we'd had a stack of caltrops, we'd already won. Not use stress heals. No meltdowns either. Nice. Burns, don't think, see, really care. Yeah, probably not. Hey, we got a death door.
Dragged back from the brink.
You really need to do that, but might as well. Got the extra action there too. So now we can use burning stars again. And we won.
A miscalculation, perhaps.
Yeah, ruined that friendship right at the end.
At last,
GG.
the world's mind is free to remember a time
But yeah, I think
before the cancer
with the right items and stuff, we didn't even have like good, with different trinkets, better combat items,
milestone
and
the next
maybe not even quirks, but quirks as well. I think you could do that in 3 turns for sure.
Push on to the inn.
All that
Rest
hope.
and resupply await
2200.
you.
All right.
The flame sears the skulking shadows from the darkened corners of the earth.
GG. So we definitely don't need a tank to go through, although we did get hit on death's door like what, once during the run. So that was a little scary. If the runaway had died to that one death blow check, we would have been kind of screwed. I really feel like summoning Man-at-Arms into this would make it overall more consistent. Bring in Man-at-Arms in this team as a replacement, maybe even for the Jester. Although the Jester's blind's really nice, but place the Jester or even the Plague Doctor. We didn't really need the Plague Doctor all that much, honestly. I don't think we needed it at all. Man-at-Arms would make it much stronger. You put the Man-at-Arms at the beginning, although Indiscriminate Science works really well with Man-at-Arms, so. But anyway, definitely don't need a tank even with the current patch. So that's good to know.